I'm not sure if David... Nope, David's not going to be coming in. Oh, yeah, maybe. Hey, Jack. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Cool.
Been a good night. So
Well,
so
good.
far so
That
good. Yeah.
was the last show.
John
Conspiracy. Yep.
and Barry did a great job, and we had a good show. So yeah, I'm just setting you up, getting you ready. You should be good to go until like the 57 mark before I have to take in Cleveland, clear you out of
the
yeah,
row.
our chat stops. So if you want to end at like the 55 or 56 minute, that'd be kind of perfect.
Yeah, I always try to land it right at 55. So
Yeah.
That'll be good.
We got Sonia, the Captain Howdy, Roger in the Kick Chat, bunch of other folks in there as well. And, appreciate each and every one of you, no matter what platform you're on. DK on YouTube and also over on D Live. And I believe Roger and DK are also restreaming us.
Very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you going to come in with me for a little bit if Nancy falters with her connection?
Oh, I texted you that. Yeah, I'll try to. I've got to grab some food. I have not eaten all day.
That's fine.
So.
I'm going to do what I can do too to get a show going for her, even if she, kind of cuts out. Jason's supposed to come in with us for a little while. He might come in for the whole show, I'm hoping. Appreciate that if he does. Jason, if you're out there, we're counting on you tonight, buddy. Yeah, he'll probably be listening to us from D Live, and not sure if he's going to restream or not. He's pretty good about stuff like that too.
Interesting.
Okay, we got 30 seconds. What do you got in the for the show tonight?
Well, we're gonna have a two-part show. Really, we're gonna be picking up where we left off last week on 3-Eye Atlas, as they're calling this.
Yeah, a lot of folks are really interested in that. And do you have anything for our crypto?
A cryptid corner we're going to be talking about because it kind of fits into tonight's discussion. Early Mothman sightings.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, and you are live right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. We are broadcasting from 300 feet down in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere deep in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And as always, I'm joined by the paranormal crime fighting duo Daisy and the Sundance Kid, working security tonight. And, it was just this morning. We were in the war wagon on our way to Bartertown for supplies. They were Daisy and the Sundance Kid sitting shotgun, and we had an official sighting of the Slender Man. He was radioactive, he was glowing, and looking to drop the keto diet. And tonight's story, tonight's main topic, we're going to kind of pick up where we left off last week. It has been a nonstop, in my world anyway, a nonstop information flow in the old event stream on the Great Space Roller Coaster, and that information flow has to do with 3-Eye Atlas. That's right, that's the interesting name given to the incoming alien craft I discussed last week. That's why this is going to be a two-part show. And there's a reason why it's two-part, and a lot of that reason has to do with cyber prophecy, has to do with the webbot and what the webbot spit out this week. It was chugging and groaning and spitting out some smoke. A couple of springs probably popped out of it, but it had some interesting things to relay. And Cliff Eye, the inventor of the webbot, has now moved into a compound for security reasons, and there are some good reasons for that. A lot of it has to do with violent stalkers, believe it or not. So Old Cliff actually has a compound now, which is away from the coast. And so the webbot is safe from any incoming tsunami type of activity. And it's been picking up hordes of conversation levels on very heightened emotional levels dealing with 3i Atlas. And the webbot is kind of painting all of this in a different light, a different perspective. And that ties in with what I was going to also discuss last week, which was reality hacks. How do you hack the Matrix? Can the Matrix be hacked? I believe it can indeed, and we're going to be talking about that tonight because that ties into all of this. It's amazing how these so-called theoretical puzzle pieces, when they're examined in totality, begin to present a whole that is really beginning to make a lot of sense. The math is beginning to add up, and we're beginning to see things in a whole new light, aided with webbot and its cyber predictions for our immediate future in the event stream. So we're going to be talking about psionics. We're going to be talking about how it's very quite possible that the human species has, with its interaction with the universal reality matrix, sort of manifested the event that's about to take place with this craft and the changes that it may portend for humanity. And all of this really ties in well with our paranormal in the news this week, which really came to us in the form of Knapp and Corbell and Coulthard, Ross Coulthard, George Knapp, and Jeremy Corbell, again, have released some very interesting information. The guys over at the UAP Registry, which I'll mention them again, they're doing good work with the FOIA request. They're actually somehow financially able to employ lawyers or getting lawyers to work pro bono, etc., to sue different departments for documents. And they're getting some interesting little golden nuggets. One of those golden nuggets is an apparent UAP interaction that was completely recorded by the military. This occurred in Avon Park, Florida, so somewhere in middle part of Florida. There were numerous eyewitnesses. Apparently this base in the middle part of Florida there is known for its drone technology. It has drone wings there, and pilots and all of that kind of stuff. And these soldiers were out in the field deploying drone technology when they noticed a quite large cigar-shaped golden cylinder sitting in the sky. And it sat there for long enough. Apparently they were able to record it and all of that, and then it just blinked out of existence. And there again, I think, is an indication about what we're going to be talking about tonight, this idea that the reality matrix is malleable. that there are ways of hacking that matrix that some intelligent life forms may have discovered, and probably without a doubt have discovered. And, you know, the WebBot is predicting a time when we have a kind of a singularity of understanding with this alien consciousness, and that'll be part of our cyber prophecy. But paranormal in the news. So Coulthard had Michael Herrera on a deep dive interview, and it's really important to do these deep dive interviews because you can extract detail out of an eyewitness in a way that you can't do otherwise. And you know, Herrera makes it clear, and I have to remind everybody that the Congress is having a major UAP hearing in September. They are calling forward firsthand eyewitnesses. These are the people in the programs. These are the people that have stood next to the craft, etc. Aided by the whistleblower David Grush, who is working for various congressmen to round up these witnesses and get them to testify. And all of that is sort of the backdrop for this past week and what's going on. Herrera is one of those firsthand witnesses, and his testimony is that he was a Marine. He was selected for security duty on a landing zone somewhere in Indonesia. They were out of our base in the Philippines. This was a normal, everyday kind of operation. And their duty was to get to the landing zone prior to the helicopter landing so that they could secure the area so this thing could drop off supplies to, who knows, a rebel group of some kind. And Indonesia has tons of, it's like one of the major terrorist, you know, place hotspots around the world. So having security in a landing zone where you're dropping off supplies maybe to a rebel group of some kind is completely feasible. His story, in my mind, adds up. And so he goes to the location with the group of soldiers that were meant to be the security detail for this landing zone, and off in the distance, a few hundred meters, he describes it as being, as they could see something in the trees, through the trees of the jungle, that looked like, to them at the time, a building or you know, they couldn't, it was a structure of some kind. It's all they could identify. They thought, well, possible threat. We have to go check it out. The leader of the group of soldiers ordered them to go check it out. And as they got closer to the object, they entered into a clearing and got the shock of their life, because right before them was a craft that was hexagonal in shape. It was rotating slowly, and it was hovering off the ground without any sound whatsoever. Beneath the craft was a flat platform, not something ever reported before by a UFO eyewitness. Not that I can recall, in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases. This is unique in ufology, what they eyewitnessed. As they came into the clearing, immediately on all sides of them, they are basically jumped by special operators wearing black camouflage with no insignia, black ball caps with no insignia, and clearly having American accents. So these were American related. They disarmed the Marines, they took their IDs, and they bioprinted each one of them. They threatened that they would kill them if they ever spoke about what they had witnessed. And out of the corner of his eye, Michael Herrera sees 4 trucks enter the scene. He describes them as being Ford F-350-like trucks, but completely blacked out with no insignia on them. And being towed behind them are these container, like shipping containers that are about half that size, but look like a shipping container. And on top of the shipping containers are HVAC systems. So there's something living inside, right? And these trucks pull up and drop off these shipping containers with HVAC systems onto a flat platform that then begins to hover up into the bottom of the craft with no visible signs of being connected to it whatsoever. The special operators back up and disappear into the jungle, leaving the Marines completely bewildered, and the craft actually was described by Herrera as elevating a certain amount into air with no sound whatsoever and shooting off at phenomenal speeds, thousands of miles per hour instantaneously. Few interesting notes about all of his testimony. He claims that this thing had grooves, it had rivets, it had panels, it had all the indications of something manufactured by humans. Let that sink in. Although it seemed advanced, the fabric of the craft appeared to kind of fluctuate between a deep gray and a black, so black he said you could almost shine a laser into it maybe and it wouldn't even reflect. It was that black. And that there were 5 lights on the craft, apparently on different corners of the craft. So that's interesting. And that this thing took off at such a phenomenal speed that he doubted anybody could survive inside that kind of a G-force. So must be talking about something that can create its own gravity bubble, which is something Bob Lazar and others have talked about within back engineered alien craft. He did have a camera in his pocket and was able to snap apparent photographs of this craft before these guys in black came out of the jungle, and he was able to hide it so that they didn't get the camera. And this is where things get interesting. So they pick up their weapons. The guys had taken all of their clips and dropped them on the ground and kicked them off in the bushes. They collected all their clips, got all their stuff together, and hightailed it back to their camp. And they didn't say a word to anybody. This was 5 Marines. They thought that they were just going to be laughed and joked at. They didn't say anything to the commanding officer or anything. And it psychologically did a lot of damage to all of them. Herrera has the camera in his possession, though. He's like, I got some evidence. I have proof here. He leaves it locked in his locker on the ship. He comes back to find that his locker doesn't apparently have anything missing from it. Nothing. The lock is still on it. All the items are still there, but the camera has been taken out, placed on his bunk, and the battery and the memory card removed from it. So the insinuation is that whoever was controlling these guys on the ground had to be U.S. military. Period. Now comes in the testimony of Jake Barber in all of this, because Jake Barber is the other major whistleblower who picked up and had video proof of picking up an egg-shaped UFO and flying it off with his military helicopter to an undisclosed location. And Jake Barber claims that in his service, he learned that there were so-called psionic assets being controlled and operated by and employed by intelligence services here in the United States. And many of these psionic assets are foreign in nature. And that these people are all people of a heightened spiritual nature. that they have heightened psychic abilities, which are now referred to widely in government circles as psionic abilities. And it is these people who have a ability to interact with UFO craft in such a way that they are useful to the United States military. Now, Barber believes that because he picked up a number of these shipping containers that had HVAC units on top of them, air conditioning units on top of them, and he was told that inside are psionic assets, that there are psychic individuals inside these little trailers that they keep in a sort of comfortable and meditative like state to be able to do what it is they do, and they keep them in these things so that they don't even see the craft that they're being transported in. That's fascinating. Little glimpses here and there of what's going on. But what's fascinating is that this all ties into what the Webbot was getting at today and this week, in that reality doesn't work the way most humans think that it works. Reality is an unfolding event stream that apparently can be hacked. In other words, there are secrets being employed by various groups around the world who are, I believe, in war with one another. I call it the Great and Secret War in my book, American Sorcerer. And we're going to talk about the secrets that these groups possess. We're going to talk about how at the heart of all of those secrets is this greatest of all secrets, that lying within the human body, human physiology, is the ability for us to actually manifest reality, manifest events within our own event stream in such a way that we can literally control our own destiny. Think about that, because all of this ties into this idea that the Webbot has, that we collectively as a species have manifested this event about to take place within our event stream. In other words, it's making it clear that the observer of the materium is in some way connected to and partaking in that materium in such a way that we are actually manifesting events without even knowing it. That ties into a lot of the secrets that these groups around the world have and their desire to use these secrets in order to control the collective subconscious. A lot of people refer to that as performing or achieving the great work. You might hear that once in a while. A lot of the words that I'll be using to describe these secrets and techniques of how to hack the reality matrix and what they teach in their groups, and how this and why this is important to this upcoming event. I'll use some archaic terms, but that's okay, because in my 30 years of investigating occult groups and their techniques and their secrets, it's become clear that at the heart of all of them is a singular mechanism. And that singular mechanism was even written about in a widely published and publicly accepted book called The Secret, which is this idea that you can sort of magnetize your living essence in such a way that you can harmonize with the universe and create events to take place in your life which are beneficial to you, right? Well, what if I told you guys that in the 1400s, a couple of occultists got their hands on a system that today is referred to as Enochian magic, but at its heart is an alphabet, a geometrically constructed alphabet that appears to have the ability for those that know how to use it. And let me clearly state that a lot of groups that use it are using it in an experimental basis with different kinds of results. But those that have utilized it and published about it have every indication that what they have tapped into is a type of source code. Imagine way back in the 1400s, a couple of occultists, one of them a Dr. John Dee, who was a famous historical figure, and the very first true spy in the English court, and he even signed his documentation to the Queen with the code 007. Believe it or not, the original James Bond was heavily involved in all of this, and he had a psychic assistant named Edward Kelly, and it is told by them in their writings that they achieved this communication with non-human intelligences that relayed this information to them. Now there's every indication, and we're going to get into this more deeply after our break, but there's every indication that certain occult groups have been able to utilize this alphabet in such a way that they have hacked into the reality matrix. In other words, there's two ways of achieving this mechanistic end of bending or altering reality to human will. And one of those apparently is sort of like, it's a hack, a shortcut. But with any shortcut, there are perhaps untold dangers, and we're going to talk about that too. And is it possible, as I ask in my book, American Sorcerer, is it possible to utilize this very mechanism in order to protect the human species from what might be a hostile, non-human intelligence? We'll get back to that and Three Eye Atlas after our break.
Great job, Jack. Great job.
Thanks.
We're on radio break. Were you moving around a lot?
Nah, I was Daisy over here making She was making a nest in my lounger in the office here.
Oh. We need a dog cam.
We do. I need the camera so I can introduce Daisy and the Sundance Kid to the world. They're known in paranormal circles worldwide.
Yeah, I told John on his show. I said, what you need to do is get one of those cameras that you can attach right to Blue. That way, we won't see him, but we can see what Blue's doing, and running around, and it would be probably quite entertaining, because he's out in the middle of nowhere. Up in some state park someplace, or federal park, like, well, national parks, But anyways, yeah, I told him, I said, I know you don't want to be on camera, but hey, be kind of entertaining and a little nice little side thing, to put that up. I don't know if I want to spend the money for that. I'm like, yeah, but it's like, goes, all she does is just lay there anyways, or beg to come in or out of that, out of the RV. I'm like, okay, well, still need to get her a doggy door. A doggy door on an RV? Yeah, I see. Yeah, I'm sure they have them somewhere.
That's funny. I'm tired today. It's been a long day.
Oh, this weather, man, here. I don't know. It's, off and on today. I don't know. You can see the camera. I'm like, the pressure keeps changing. Barometric. So, it's coming right behind my eyes or going to my ears or, whatever. But, it happens.
Oh, yeah. We always know when a storm's going to take place in Oklahoma because the cows can sense the barometric pressure and they all lay down in the fields. Could be sky blue, sun shining, and they're all laying down in the field. You're like, yep,
they're hunkering down. Yeah.
Better get that storm shelter ready because this one's going to be a humdinger.
Well, it'd be no different than here in Texas, because got about the same cover up there where you were at before as I have right down here right now without the rolling hills,
Right.
We either have the plateau or the valley or the top. And the top really isn't a mountain, Dubby Dub in the kick chat. All right. We have Sonya in there, DK. I told you before, right? DK and Roger are restreaming us.
Nice. I keep telling my wife I'm big down under, but she doesn't buy it.
Yeah, she don't buy it. Why wouldn't she?
We're big. I'm like, we're big down under. Think about it.
Yeah.
It's an innuendo.
Yeah. I love innuendo. You can do a lot with that on radio.
Exactly. No, we're big in the outback. We're in the outback. I like it.
Yep. 30 seconds, Jack.
Okay.
I had turkey sandwich tonight, and normally it's the place I normally get it from on Wednesdays and that it's not as dry, but tonight, man, turkey was really dry. Here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are back and live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your tour guide to the Twilight Zone. And as always, we are sponsored by paranormal-experts.com. If you have a case out there that you need somebody to talk to about the weirdness going on and maybe find some answers, you can always book an hour with a paranormal expert at paranormal-experts.com and by jackcareyart.com. So most of you don't know, but I'm an artist. Check out my site, jackcareyart.com. There are, if you hit the shop now, there's dozens and dozens of different kinds of products available with my paintings on them. And I have paintings on display in an art gallery here in town. So I don't know if anybody's in the Dakota territories, but check that out. So, but tonight, we're talking about reality hacks. This idea, the concept that there's a way of hacking into the event stream, a way of following certain rules, certain laws, which seem to govern this ability to manifest our will into reality. Think about that. That's the stuff of magic, right? But magic is an archaic term. Nobody uses that anymore unless you're in one of these archaic mystery schools that has groups of people that still use the old lingo and the old way of doing things. But at its heart lies a body of techniques that trick and or allow the human body to bypass what scientists call the liminal threshold. So there's a natural barrier that's put up in the human consciousness, in the human mind, and that natural barrier keeps us safe. It keeps us from automatically just manifesting anything that pops into our head. Think how chaotic a reality that would be. Nothing could be accomplished. Nothing could be achieved. So there's this natural barrier called the liminal threshold. Even remote viewers are taught this. This is a secret, which is no longer a secret. It parades around in broad daylight. It hides in plain sight as a secret, but it's no longer a secret. It's simply difficult to achieve. And there are various techniques through which to achieve it. And the idea is to bypass the liminal threshold. Why would that be the case? Because it is apparent, and this is after many, many laboratory experiments done worldwide with psychic people. It's apparent that within each individual human being, there is a tiny little piece, a tiny little spark of universal consciousness. In other words, think of it like the idea that the creator of this materium then chose to divide itself up into countless living organisms within that materium in order to seek out what the webbot refers to as novelty. So imagine you're an all-knowing, all-seeing deity, right? You create this universe and you're bored. What is it that you seek out? What is the experiment that you run? You seek out waveforms of chaos that might achieve you that surprise that you didn't expect. That is the seeking out of novelty. Well, within every human being, apparently, there is this little spark that allows us this mechanism to actually control reality around us. These things have been hidden from the public for eons of time by people who have evil intentions through the use of this mechanism. The mechanism is neither good nor bad. It's neither evil nor holy. It is simply exist within our materium, and it exists in such a way that human biology can take advantage of it. That's the great secret. And how do you achieve bypassing or crossing the liminal threshold? How do you manifest an event in your event stream? Well, there are two ways, as they are taught in the ancient mystery schools. And as Crowley once put it, you can inflame yourself with prayer. In other words, you can work yourself up into an absolute frenzied state to where there is a seizing of all conscious thought. It is in that state that you can have communication to your subconscious mind through the liminal threshold. The other way, as it is described, is becoming still like a glassy lake. Completely, utterly, totally still. This would include any and all forms of yoga and mental meditation. They all are designed in order to achieve a singular end. That singular end is communication across the liminal threshold to the subconscious mind. Why would you want to achieve that? Because the subconscious mind has the ability to bend unfolding probability to will. I'll say that again. The subconscious mind has the ability to bend unfolding probability to will. Now, there's been a lot of historic groups, and there's some in power even today, that utilize things that are called predictive programming. In an end, all of that is an attempt to control the mental thoughts and processes of the population as a total in order to control the event stream. That's all they're trying to do. They are utilizing things like Hollywood and imagery and the music industry, etc., to control consciousness within a very narrow band so that they can actually predict and control events in the event stream. And they call that controlling the collective subconscious, or achieving the great work. The entire Illuminati is based around that idea. The Natanier, or navigator, as they refer to them in the global cabal, which actually utilizes all of these secrets, is the person that chooses the kind of imagery that gets propagated worldwide. Now, it's fascinating because all of this ties into all kinds of ancient occult history and intrigue. There have been a number of historical figures, and I'll put this, disclaimer out there. It's not my intention to insult any belief system or religion whatsoever. In fact, all the religions seem to encompass within them the same secret. It's just been obscured by the people that are in power of those religions because they want to have that ability and not the masses. So how do these groups go about it? Well, there was a man named Donald Michael Craig who once came up with an equation that has since been proven true. And that equation is a way of calculating how much or how many participants of a given psychic ability it takes in order to achieve a kind of change in reality. In other words, the more participants targeting an unfolding probability, the higher it is that probability will unfold to their will. That's why you want to control millions and millions of people's minds with the imagery that you're feeding them, because they will it will sink down over time past the collective subconscious liminal threshold into humanity's consciousness, and it will become manifest in our collective event stream. Now, the same mechanism can be achieved on an individual basis. That's the great secret. And that's the secret they wrote in the book called The Secret. I mentioned that there were several individuals throughout history who have achieved this ability. And most of them are figures around which religions were later formed because of their ability to use this mechanism. Let's take, for example, and not to offend anybody, but let's take, for example, the historical figure of Jesus. Well, let's look at the early origins, right? Who comes to the birth of Jesus that was underneath a sacred star alignment? It was the Magi of Persia. Don't let them tell you it was the three kings or the three wise men. It doesn't say that. It says it was the Magi of Persia who came. The Magi of Persia is where the word magic comes from. It was the Magi of Persia who actually held a star prophecy that their king would be born under a star alignment. It wasn't the Hebrew people who had that prophecy at all. In other words, this group of magicians from Persia followed a sacred star alignment that they were aware of, and underneath it was born to them their king, right? There's a reason why at the age of 13, Jesus disappears for a 20-year period. Check it out. Gone. Not a word. Disappears from the age of 13 to the age of 33. Guess how long it takes a Magi of Persia to train fully? You guessed it, 20 years. What a coincidence, right? And all of a sudden he shows back up, and this is something Crowley points out, after having spent a prolonged amount of time in the desert doing what? Meditating. Very specific meditational practices, which are taught in these groups. And then all of a sudden, this individual has the ability to almost manipulate reality at will. That's a heightened psionic ability. It is quite possible that there are people born into the human species who have an ability to bypass the liminal threshold much, much more easily than other people. It's around these people that you begin to see actual miracles performed. And there's various individuals all through history this has occurred to. In fact, Buddha was seen a number of times walking up to a river, raging river. He would dematerialize on one side of the river and rematerialize on the other side. There's historical accounts of that. So this isn't limited to any one religious figure. What ends up happening is those who witness those events end up deifying that individual because of their inability to achieve the same mechanism. They think, oh my God, I must be a god. No, all humans have these abilities. Some of them just have them to a heightened degree. There's a reason why we have pro athletes too. Doesn't mean you don't play tennis on the weekend, you know? So here we are with this craft on its way. And there's every indication coming out of the WebBot that we as a species interacting with the universal event stream have somehow manifested this into our reality. What sort of changes is that craft, is that life form going to bring with it? Because as Cliff High put it this week, examining information out of the WebBot, there is absolutely no indication that this thing is a natural stellar body. No indication. You have to stretch the laws of all kinds of astrophysics to explain how and why this thing is on the trajectory and speed it's on out of absolutely nowhere. They're estimating, and if their estimations are correct, that this craft has been traveling for 8,000 years past the Oort cloud on a direct path to the Earth. And if that's the case, and if there are life forms on board, those life forms will be aware of the event stream. They will be aware of the ontological nature of the universe in ways that we can't even imagine. They will have knowledge about how all of this works, how the actual universe, fabric of the universe may have been created. They may be able to verify our ideas of a holographic universe, of a program being run with all of us inside of it. They may be able to, in fact, explain to us in such a way the real, true nature of the universe that we come to a point that the WebBot describes as a singularity of understanding. And all of this is tied to time. All of this is tied to our understanding of Cartesian time, which is really sort of a prison constructed for the human species. Time is not what we think it is. And the WebBot is saying that there is this big change coming in our understanding of time, and it coincides with the arrival of this craft. Might we then surmise that it's because information is able to be extracted out of this life form? That's one of the questions that Cliff High put to the Webbot this week. By which means will the powers that be extract information from this life form in such a way that it creates the singularity? And there again, it came up with all kinds of indications about time. So this mechanism, this reality hack, this way of actually controlling your reality, your event stream, and your life, it has to follow certain laws. And the biggest law that governs this entire mechanism is what these groups refer to as lust of result. A lot of people out there can do what the book The Secret says, and they can sort of harmonize themselves with the universe and with reality, and they can manifest a new Mercedes-Benz in their driveway, right? And a lot of people can't. And the difference between the ones that can and the ones that can't is this lust of result. Think about it this way. This mechanism works like electricity. It follows a path of least resistance. Whenever you begin to consciously lust after a result of some kind, you are bypassing the effect altogether. You are grounding that electricity so that it cannot flow. Imagine being able to live an existence in a sort of meditative state where you go about your daily processes, these techniques of achieving, bypassing the liminal threshold without ever having a lust of result for the end result of what you're doing. Because it's those people that are the true magicians of our reality. It's those people who can act in a ritualized fashion without a lust of result, who achieve the ability to bend reality to will. I should do a TED Talk. And you won't hear any of this on any other radio show or podcast in the world, because this is specialized knowledge and information that came to me by way of actual groups out there in the world practicing these techniques. It's the whole reason I wrote the book I wrote, because I realized that what they were guarding, this occult secret that all these groups were guarding, was a secret that could be utilized as the absolute ultimate weapon by humanity in order to win its freedom from what appears to be a predatory non-human intelligence. I'll say that again. I wrote the book American Sorcerer, detailing how and why all of these techniques work so that people could begin to utilize them. People in the human species collectively, so that we could begin to target paranormal phenomenon and alien phenomenon in such a way that we can bend reality and change the outcome of what might be a very dark future for our species. And what's even more is I believe that these secrets were left to us by none other than the Anunnaki. And it was the Anunnaki who biologically changed our species to be able to have this mechanism. It was because Enki and Nenkarsag, his wife, and Enki was one of the two Anunnaki princes, but Nenkarsag was a genetic scientist. And Nenkarsag altered human biology, the human genome. She took out the 22nd chromosome. And when she did, that brought all hell down upon Inky and her and their group of followers. But what it did was it allowed humans psychic ability. And they did it knowing that over time, it could very well win us our freedom. That's interesting, right? Because there's every indication that Inky and Ninkar Sog went down with the ship. Every indication that they and their followers were pro-human at a time when the rest of the High Council that were governing the Anunnaki wanted a total obliteration of humanity off the planet. And instead, they gave them the biological keys to their freedom. They paid the ultimate price for that. They were cast down on the earth for the rest of their days, forever marooned on a planet in a never-ending sea of darkness. Imagine that you were marooned on a desert island somewhere without any sort of technology, no medical supplies, no food. What would you do? What could you do? Because that's the scenario that were left to the rebel Anunnaki when they began to teach us these very secrets. And then they went around and they built monuments out of pure stone that we can't even duplicate to this day. Then within those monuments, they hid, mathematically encoded within them, the exact secret I'm talking to you right now about. They slowly died off one by one, but not before they formed the world's great mystery schools to encapsulate these secrets and to carry them forward for a time such as this. For a time when humanity needs to awaken, needs to begin to utilize these abilities and these secrets to ensure a future of freedom for our species. And that's my show for tonight, guys. You'll have to join us next week, Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Central. And come by paraintelagency.com. We also have a live feed to that show and other great Dreagus Productions. Come to paranormal-experts.com if you need to talk to a paranormal expert. And if you are looking to transform your space into art, well, help support the show by buying something off of the art shop. There's 40 products on there, all kinds of cool stuff. You can even get shower curtains. So I'll see you guys next week.
Great show, Jack. Great show. Thanks.
Cool. Oh, cheeseburger time.
Yep. I'm going to take in when your deal ends, I'm going to take in get Nancy up and rolling because it looks like she's there.
Cool. Very cool. I was able to hook up my new Redbubble sound.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna run this out so that she'll have enough time to. She won't be cutting into her break earlier. If she goes to break, that girl. Man, last week. Yeah.
That's funny. Alrighty.
All right. Let me get over there here in a few minutes. Let's see what I got.
Cool.
Bring that up so I can get that going. How much time we got, Jack, left? Not much.
Not much. It's almost 7:57.
Oh, it's just me and you. So yeah, we can go the full distance and longer when it's just the two of us.
That's
Um,
funny.
yeah, that's just how it is. It's not a if David would have joined, we would have got cut off by now. Uh,
Oh, weird. What a
yeah,
weird mechanism.
if it's three or more, that's how the groups work. If it's just two, you don't get timed for some reason.
Huh. I wonder what their logic was for that.
Well, probably congestion.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyways, I'll see you over with Nance. All right.
Sounds good. All right.
All right.
Later on.
All right. Bye. All right. That's Jack Carey, and here comes. That's right. The Vixen's Vault, Legion of Chaos, folks. Let's see if I can even get in here. Yes, admit Jason Quigley. MC Dirty Work. Hey, MC, how's it going?
Hey, what's happening, brother?
Not much. Good to have you. Let
Good to
me
see
get the
you.
rest of the crew in here tonight with us.
Right.
Part of that.
Hope she gets well soon.
Me too. Me too.
Hey, Roger.
Roger, Roger. Can't hear you, buddy. Trying to get Nance and Mark Edworthy in here. And oh, Sonia may join us. She's green. Oh, good. Maybe she'll sell us some t-shirts.
Are you talking about Sonia?
Hey.
Hello?
Hi, Nancy.
Hello, my darlings. Hi.
Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. He's probably hiding.
Oh
If he
my.
was reading what I was dropping in the chat about AI all week, you know how he thinks. You know
Yeah.
He's that or
30
he's
seconds, Nance.
information compiling so he can battle me.
Uh-oh. Oh my God. He dropped out. Oh my. I'll try to get him back here in a sec after I get you going, because your countdown's coming like right now. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
Good evening, everyone. August 6th, 2025. It is 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Vixen's Vault. I am your hostess, the Wiccan Vixen, Nancy Planetta. And if you say placenta, I'm going to have to smack the snot out of you because, again, it happened to me again this week, folks. How many times have we talked about this on the air? My name is incredibly phonetic. It's Planet with an A. Like, literally, just think planet with an orbiting satellite. A. But no. Once again, somebody said, "Oh, your last name's Placenta? How unpleasant is that?" I'm like, "It's not, but it's really unpleasant when people say that." Yes. Welcome to the show, everybody. I hope you're okay, Roger. I can hear you. Just muffle it. Welcome in, everybody. It's been kind of a crazy little week, don't you think? Don't y'all think it's just been a little bit kind of weird? A lot of hype kicked into the whole, object interstellar moving quickly in our direction that all of a sudden they're all hitting their foot on the brake and saying, "Oh, we don't think it's natural." Really? What timing you guys have? And, like I pointed out last week, Roger, yeah, holy blue beam event, Batman. I mean, how much more obviously could you possibly set the public up to pull a blue beam event? I mean, oh yeah, we're just going to tell you that there's something of alien technology heading in our direction. And the saddest part about it is it's probably, if it is an object, actually an intelligent object moving in this direction at an, at interstellar pace. I'm going to say this very, very clearly. It's most likely ours. Just gonna put that out there. For multiple decades, there have been rumors about Solar Warden. There have been blueprints posted in regards to Solar Warden. There have been spottings of Solar Warden vessels. And again, yeah, it could all be just a little figment of our imaginations. But as we're finding out, technologies I told you 20 years ago that we already had, suddenly they're surfacing now today. And we're starting to see them being used. Nanotechnology. I've said it 2.5 decades ago that we had nanotechnology then. Why? Because they made a damn television show out of it. Stargate Atlantis. Never forget it. They introduced the little nanobots. The little nanobots. And I'm like, oh, look at that. How creative. Yeah, I don't think writers are really that creative anymore, because at that point in time, they were starting to repeat scripts. Pretty sure they're not that creative. If they're writing about stuff like that and they're putting it on TV, it's what we call a soft sell. They're preparing the population for things that are already in existence and being used, and most likely about to be outdated. Because, see, they get released to the general public when the government no longer needs it, because they have updated their technology. So, again, I know I sound like a broken record when I say these things to you guys. But start going back and think about the shows you watched. Battlestar Galactica. I mean, Stargate, Star Trek even. Think about the shows you watched when you were younger. And think about all the technologies we have right now that literally mimic. And you can say, well, we created those technologies based on the shows. No, and no. No, and no. It's just not how it works, folks. Not how it works. So tonight, yeah, I'm done with that rant. Rant over. Done with that rant. I get so annoyed, because really, people, I don't know what it's going to take to get people to wake the hell up. I just don't understand it. I mean, I get it with the general population. Most people in the general population, they keep you so chaotic, so stressed every day of the week that, yeah, you really don't have time to kind of hit the brake and say, well, wait, those clouds don't look right. I don't ever remember clouds looking like that before. Gee, that looks like a bunch of sound waves moving across the sky. No, most people don't do that. People like me do that. I look up all the time and say, gee, that doesn't look right. I've lived in Florida for, I don't know. Let's see, better part of 40 some odd years. And yep, never ever seen clouds that look like that. In fact, I can remember back in the late 90s, I actually saw the aurora borealis. It was never forget it. And I'm like looking at it, and I'm talking to my dad, and I'm saying, my dad, again, multiple degreed engineer. I'm like, that can't be. Maybe it's sun devils. I mean, I was trying to explain it away, and it wasn't. It was literally the aurora. And they never wrote about it. I think there was one little article in the Tampa Bay Times about it. And again, because they don't want things. They don't want you talking about it. They don't want you questioning, hey, how did that happen? I don't remember a solar flare hitting us. So how did that happen? And it kind of ties into something I dropped into the chat for my illustrious panel to kind of go over. One of the things I had dropped in there was a friend of mine who goes by the name Alaska Skywalker. It's a lot of really, really great information out, but it's a lot of stuff I've been saying for decades. And he was talking about the weapons that we have that utilize EMF and how capable they are of causing mass destruction. Forget water or weather-based destruction. We're talking seismic destruction. We're talking he literally put a piece together that was so well written. I posted it in the main chat. I was just like, that was phenomenal. I mean, he's basically showing you how they've damaged our magnetosphere to the point where, yeah, we get belted with an M-class flare. Direct hit, we're in trouble. Why? Well, not because you're going to cook. And I think you guys have heard me say that multiple times. I'm not into the whole Kentucky Fried Chicken theory. No, that is not me. No. But we are animals. We do have magnetite in our brain. We are affected by ions. We're affected by radiation. We're affected by electromagnetic frequency, and we are affected by low frequencies, ELFs, extreme low frequency. All of these things have pretty damaging effects on humans. If you really want to stop and research it for a moment, you're going to find there's all sorts of really pretty terrible things that our bodies go through, and more specifically, our brains go through when we're exposed to these things. And here we are. And they're panicking. You know, in fact, Mark, you'll probably remember I did a whole show at one point about the hole down near Antarctica, the hole in the magnetosphere down near Antarctica, which those of us who look into conspiracies, into the unexplained, there we go. There's a great word for it. Unexplained, when we're going to do air quotes around that. We've known about that hole, for about 30 years now. No joke. And we knew that it moved. We knew that it didn't stay stationary in one position. And we also knew that there is no flight traffic allowed. When that hole, wherever it is, they literally put up bans. Like planes cannot fly through that area. Why? Because they're exposed to radiation when they do. Too much radiation, very, very high levels of radiation. So they have literally had these little things, at least 3 decades that I'm aware of. It's been going on. And the hole had, and it's funny because I think I did a show back in 2011, maybe 2010, kind of calling that out, saying, guys, that hole is growing. It's getting bigger. And that's not the ozone, that's the magnetosphere, which is, slightly different and a bigger problem. And funny how it's like right near Antarctica. You know, that one place that nobody likes to talk about, Antarctica. The place where we have all these satellite images because they didn't realize that with Google Earth, people were really able to zoom in on certain areas. And a lot of people like me were zooming in on Antarctica. Wonder why. And yeah, there were things that were found that there's no explanation for. And some of those things, I mean, I think I still actually have a picture I saved. I know I have the coordinates on my Google Earth, but it's literally, it looks like submarines parked in the middle of the ice, but actually whatever it is much larger than a submarine, because I had to take into consideration that the satellite was, you know, at least 10 to 20,000 feet up. And so, yeah, if it looked like submarines, when I pulled it into a zoom at a certain level, it was probably a massive structure. And what looked like entries into like subterranean, I couldn't have drawn that. That's not something that could have been tied in. This was like back in 2009, 2010, when Google Earth was kind of new, before they figured out how to blur it. Which you notice started happening. It was kind of like the live feed from NASA after pointed out that I think live, Don Ecker pointed out on live TV that there was some problems with some of the feed coming from, you know, the space station, and you could actually see objects we could not identify in the feed. And all of a sudden,
all Don Ecker's fault. Yep.
I know.
I blame him.
I just talked to him last week too. He's such a pistol. He's still a pistol to this day. But I mean, literally, now NASA is delayed by 30 seconds on their feeds. Wonder why? Yeah, because they don't like answering questions. They don't like talking about the Black Knight. They don't like talking about anything they can't explain to a rational person's sensibilities. We'll put it that way. They can explain it off to somebody who's really not interested, or somebody who's ready to just take whatever answer they're going to give them. which is about pretty much 3/4 of society. But then there's that 1/4 of us who don't accept that and say, no, that doesn't make sense. In fact, what were they trying to, Roger, if you're listening, what were they trying to cough the Black Knight up to? Do you remember? They were trying to say it was a space rock and that it wasn't there.
They,
I mean,
they tried, eventually their final conclusion was it was space junk. It was from old satellites and everything. That was what
yeah.
that's what they eventually tried to say.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it was in the wrong orbit for that. But
Yeah.
okay. And that's what I'm saying. If you understand what you're looking at, and thankfully I grew up, with a dad who was DOD and he worked with NASA at one point. He actually produced microchips for the shuttle program. So yeah, when I asked him about it, he goes, yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. And this is a man who really did not believe in life in life in outer space. In his logical, that didn't work.
Got two names for you.
Mm-hmm.
The Verdants and Proxima Centauri.
Proxima Centauri, I've heard. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but actually, Roger, please take it. Go for it. Explain to our listeners. Explain, my love.
well, see, the thing of it is a lot of ufology or ufologists who believe in alien races from outer space that are human. They believe in the Verdants, which are supposed to be like green-skinned humanoids. And they're supposed to be coming towards the Earth as a colonization of the planet. And then you have visitors from Proxima Centauri, according to UFO lore. They're supposed to be coming to Earth as well, and it's supposed to be like a slow, multi-generational journey. And eventually they're supposed to get here. And they've been talking about this for quite a while now, so this could be something they're feeding off of when they're doing what you're talking about with the blue beam thing.
Well, and again, but I'm gonna point out to you two direct correlations I can make to Hollywood. When you're talking about the green people, okay, Star Trek. Come on, first episode. Come on. We all know he had the green woman. Every guy on this freaking panel knows exactly what the Orions look like and exactly what that female. Y'all are picturing her in your heads right now. I can see all of your faces.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I'm sure Mark is going to be drawing later. But
Yvonne, Yvonne from the girl that played Batgirl was the one that did that.
Yep.
Yeah. Yvonne Craig.
And then you had Battlestar Galactica. The entire premise of Battlestar Galactica was what?
Sexy.
A humanoid race making its way multi-generationally to where? Earth. So again, these are not literally, if you really stop and think and start comparing, you're going to see little things and little information spurts where you're like, if this turns out to be true, we're going to all just have to burn Hollywood. Just seriously burn them, because that's just not cool. That is not cool that you would try to program us like that. Just frickin' tell us. We're big people. We're semi-intelligent.
When you're talking about Galactica, though, let me give you a little tidbit on that. Now, the guy who played the Doctor on the original show, he believed in these alien beings. Him and Rod Serling actually did a documentary back in the 60s or 70s, one of the two, and it never got aired because of it.
Because it was too controversial, and most likely because there were nodules of truth somewhere in the documentary. And you find a lot of that if you actually start going back. And I think it wasn't George Lucas, another one?
Yeah.
Who 100% believes that, in fact, a lot of people believe he's actually not human, kind of like Elon Musk. A lot of people don't think he's human, but I think Elon's perfectly human. But
George Lucas, no.
George Lucas, I don't know. Yeah, he's a strange one.
I wonder about that Mark Zuckerberg, though. I think that Commander Data may be his relative.
Dude, no, he looks like a freaking scared reptile. Like those pictures that they put up of him, I have to laugh. I'm like, God, that's worse than what they do to Trump. I mean, they literally. I don't know if you knew this, but I actually have a friend who's a cameraman, and he told me all that they actually changed the color screens when they featuring Trump, like on CNN and everything, to make him more orange. No joke. I was like, that actually makes sense.
Here's the thing about Mark Zuckerberg too. If you take a look at a picture of him and look at a picture of H.P. Lovecraft, the similarities.
It's
oh
scary.
Man,
It's scary.
it's scary.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the tentacles to come through my screen right now since we're streaming there.
You know what though? There's a couple people I can say that about. I mean, there was another one. I don't know if any of you guys followed the Q movement at all, but there was somebody involved in that movement called Vincent Fusco. And if you look him up and you look at his picture, then go pull up a picture of John Denver and put them side by side and age John Denver in your head, that man could be his twin. It's like the scariest stuff. I'm looking at it going, wow, okay, that's like eerie. It's so dead on. It's eerie. I mean, even the shape of the nose, I'm like, and John Denver had a strangely shaped nose.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah,
And then the fact that all of his music in Final Destination movies, I'm like, oh, come on, man. Come on. Stop it. And again, as a person who like picks up on patterns, whether I want to or not, yeah, those things correlate to me where I'm like, okay, something is up here. Something's going on. Because John Denver was somebody that, unless you were from you're from that era, the 60s, the 70s, and your parents were into Grease and country music, you didn't know who the hell he was. And honestly, that's how I grew up. My parents were into like Lawrence Welk, John Denver, Olivia Newton-John. I grew up with that music in my house. So yeah, when they were using which song did they use in Final Destination? Every time something bad was going to happen. I was like, why? Why John Denver? Oh my God, that poor man got decapitated in a plane crash. What a horrible way to die. But then you find out that John Denver had a lot of political leaning, as did Elvis Presley. And he had a lot of connection to the White House, which I was actually astounded when I started actually really looking into him. So again, maybe everything is not what we think, and maybe we're not being shown certain things because certain things have to happen. Who knows? I've become one of these people that kind of throws my hands up in the air and says the way it's going to unravel is the way it's going to unravel. We have done everything we can to try to inform people to wake up. We have tried to tell people to pay attention. Questioning is what we call intellectual thought. It's not rebellion. It is intellectual thought. And when you do not question, you're an idiot. I'm pretty brutal when it comes to that because I've gotten tired of hearing say, oh, well, the science is in stone. And I'm like, no, what? Do you even know the definition of the word science? I mean, to hear people with, like Harvard educations, doctorates say things like that, I wanted to slap them and say, no, that is not science is all about theoretics. Because nothing is ever set in stone in science because you're constantly learning, you're constantly evolving. And when you stop learning, you have become stupid. It is that simple. Not everybody, in fact, nobody knows everything. And when you stop learning, when you stop wanting to learn, we are in trouble. We're in really big trouble when people don't want to learn. So that's kind of where I was at with that whole it's set in stone thing. I almost choked when they kept saying that. Science is set in stone. Really? Because we're finding out a lot of their theories were incorrect. The ones that we followed for so long. Incorrect. Why? Because quantum physics and the new sciences we're literally going nano of things is proving that the way they are seeing things and causalities is incorrect. Incorrect. So again, in fact, it was interesting because do you guys remember, oh God, what was the last name? First name was Max. He was a young kid, like 13 years old at the time, I believe. And he put out a paper about CERN. and he got creamed. 13-year-old kid, brilliant kid, by the way. He had said first that he was going to release something about free energy, and he never did. But he did put out a paper about CERN and the Mandela effect, and how he believed that CERN had changed a molecule. They had, I think it was an electron, actually. They had added something to an electron and inadvertently destroyed our timeline and pushed us into a different timeline. And that's why we have the Mandela effect. That's why, like, some people remember the peanut butter as Jif. Some people remember it as Jiffy. Some people remember a cornucopia with Fruit of the Loom. Some people say absolutely not. It's a very interesting thing to start looking into the Mandela effect, because if you're over the age of 20, you are going to scratch your head and say, wait, no, that's not what that was.
Nancy, are you talking about Max Laughlin?
Laughlin. Yep.
Laughlin, yeah.
Yep.
So,
And he's been put, I mean, the scientific community laughed at him, most of the upper echelons, like really laughed at him, kind of tore the kid to pieces. But if you actually read or listen to because he did several YouTube videos, you can go listen to his theory. Dude, it has merit. And I've said that. I mean, I listened to what he said. I'm like, no, you can't say he's wrong. You can't say he's right, but you can't say he's wrong. But to tear at him the way they did, that really set me off, because I'm like, why? If it was such an inconsequential theory that meant nothing, why are you taking all this time to rip into a 13-year-old? That to me, that's guilt. Okay, that's when you want something shut down quickly, you destroy them. And the fact that they would do it to a 13-year-old publicly, I was like, oh, they're scared. There's something to that. There's something to what he wrote. And he did actually on a paper napkin, which I thought was even funnier. But when I thought about it, I thought, the kid actually, there's something to that. You can't say that he's incorrect, because we don't know exactly what CERN is doing half the damn time. What we do know is that they are messing with things that no person in their right mind should be messing with when they're sitting on the same planet with it. Just probably not the smartest move for the rest of us. But with that, guys, I got to take us out to our first break. It's 9:24 p.m. I want to be off the air by 9:25 for break, so hang in there. When we return, I'm going to give the rest of the panel some time to talk. We'll be back in just a few moments with the Vixen's Vault.
All right. Yay! I don't even have to do this.
Oh, shishy. I'm trying to
David
keep an
didn't
eye
have
on
to
it.
be here tonight. Oh my God.
And I literally was trying not to go too far into depth with Laughlin, because I knew I had the break coming up, and I'm like, I could because they really did. They decimated that kid, man. Holy crow. I still remember getting on Reddit and reading some of the stuff going, holy smokes, man, it's just a kid. But he's
There's
not
a guy.
I seen
There's a
Raph
guy from-
join the
Oh, go
group,
ahead.
and Jason, welcome in, buddy. I'm glad you're here tonight.
Yeah. I just wanted to say real quick, there's a guy in Philadelphia. He's got a YouTube channel. His name, it's Ross Ben. He's a Rastafarian. So these Rastas, the name will be like Ross this, Ross that, RAS space BEN. And he's been on YouTube for a long time. I mean, I saw him for the first time in 2016, and his channel was already 6 years old or something like that. But he's got, because I laugh a lot when I, hear about the Mandela effect and stuff. But that never stops me from researching what stuff, just because it makes me laugh. And wow, does Ross Ben have some interesting stuff to say about the Mandela effect, about the year 1943. And here's the other thing real quick. He says that, and we can go to some of this when we come back or whatever, I don't know. But he says that it shouldn't be called the Mandela effect, because that's a he said a cause and effect. Mandela didn't affect it. He says the thing that started it all was when they attached Tesla coils to the USS Eldridge in the Philadelphia experiment, which he says, because he's like a Philadelphia historian. I'm from Philly. That's how I met the fella. He gives walking tours. Philadelphia has more free art to look at in terms of just free art to look at than any other city in the United States. And he gives tours doing that. But anyway, he said when they connected Tesla coils to the USS Eldridge, that they ripped a hole in something or another. And he showed on a map how from Philadelphia, if you go from the 40th parallel up to 1984, and the Montauk project there that happened in there. And then it's supposed to have gone, which here we are in 25, so his theory can't have been correct or whatever. But in 2024, so 40 years, and then another 40 years. Last year, 2024, I forget what was supposed to happen, but some craziness, was supposed to, happen in terms of the third 40th year epoch of this situation. It's still really interesting to hear him give the presentation. It's a PowerPoint presentation that he gave in 2013, something like that. Ross Ben, all kinds of interesting Philadelphia weird stuff. Yeah.
Well, I can tell
do you know
with the
anything about
Eldridge-
that? I know you talk about the hitchhiker effect, and that kind of relates into Mandela as well. Are you
thought
with
Jack
us,
went to
Jack? Or are
dinner.
you eating?
Jack went to dinner.
Yeah.
Jack is
Oh,
is eating.
he's
But I
munching.
think
Okay.
with the Eldridge, I do believe that occurred. That is, it's kind of like Operation High Jump with Admiral Byrd. I believe there was some really funky monkey stuff that went down in
30
Antarctica.
seconds,
I know.
Nance.
Yep, I know we lost multiple ships from that battle group. That later they found pieces of them in junkyards across the country, like all over the place, and they were
Apparently, they
demolished.
were embedded in the ship, pieces of them.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
It-
Here's your
Apparently.
like
countdown coming up.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're back live and on the radio side, like right now.
9:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, August the 6th. Can y'all believe we're in August already? I mean, I know I'm in Florida, so there's no missing the fact that we're in August right now. I mean, I am literally standing out in my backyard. There's no sunlight. I am drenched head to foot with sweat because the humidity is just overwhelming as usual. And no, folks, it's not a once in 100 year heat, which they keep trying to tell everybody. Oh, Tampa broke the record. It was 100 degrees. I'm like, dude, I have lived here since 1976. I know it's been 100 degrees here before, like by thermometer, because we had thermometers and stuff back then. We did. So yeah, pretty sure y'all are just doing this whole panic type deal. It is hot. I'm not gonna lie, it is hot. The sun is very intense. And that is the one thing I will say. I think that the sun has notched up a little bit in intensity, but I can tell you that that's been going on for the last several years. That's not just been this year. But from sunny Florida, here I am at night, though. And thankfully, the storms did not hit me. I know they hit my co-host, Dave Campione. That is why he is not with us tonight, because his area was getting whacked pretty hard. And he's not very far from me. But thankfully, it just kind of went around us and over to, to the other side. So, yay. Sorry, Dave. Welcome back to the show, everybody. When we were on break, we have the most incredible short conversations when we're on break. And I'm loving the fact I've got Jason on with us now. And I'm Mark is smiling too. I know Mark wants to jump into some of these conversations because I can see it in his face. He's got the mouth going. Yeah, now he's doing the crossed hands thing. I know he wants to say something because Mark's got one of these, like, I know people jokingly call me AI. But yeah, no, Mark is way more AI than I am. Way.
No, I'm okay for the moment. I'm okay for the moment.
I was gonna say I allow my humanity into my AI. I always tell people that I am the perfect mixture, because I actually take all my own personal experiences and my own brushes with things that cannot be explained and my own efforts to explain them. And I'm not a person who's mystical, and that will probably crack y'all up because I am a witch. But I think the older you get, the more you begin to understand that what they called witchcraft is very much based off science, just very misunderstood. And a very powerful thing, yes, because when you do understand earth energy, when you understand how things work, how your body works within that energy, how your brain functions within that energy, yeah, that is some power. I'm not going to lie. And that's why when they refer to different segments of the government as evil or satanic or dark, I do kind of cringe. I'm not going to lie, because I do know how powerful a weapon it can be when you do really kind of get how things work. And if you are unprepared or you do not know what you're dealing with, yeah, you're going to get creamed. No joke. You're not going to come out of that unscathed in any way, shape, or form. Why? Because again, they're using things that we are all capable of tapping into. We just don't. And I honestly believe that we have systematically for 2,000 years been disconnected piece by piece from what we really are. I do believe we are part and parcel to everything in this universe. We're connected to it. And it is one gigantic grid. And we are part of that grid. But we, for some reason, have allowed ourselves to be kind of like shadow boxed on the grid. Some of us can see the grid, some of us can surf the grid. But we're the oddballs. You know, we're the ones that in society we get looked at strangely, because nobody, if they can't do it, they don't believe it. So I've spent my entire life, my entire radio career, trying to tell people you're all capable of it. You just have to let go. You have to stop being afraid. You have to stop. The fear of condemnation has got to go away. The fear of going to hell has got to go away. You have to understand that you create your own hell through fear. Okay, that's how they get you every time. You're afraid. And so when you go to die, and I am a believer, I don't know if I believe in reincarnation, but I do believe that your soul is energy, and it's an intelligent form of energy. And I believe that when you die, if you are at a crossroads, if you believe you've done things that were horrible, evil, or that you've broken some kind of weird law that you never, somebody wrote 2,000 years ago and you have nothing to do with, you're not going to be in a good place. Your soul's going to be disrupted. Your energy is not going to flow correctly. So yeah, it's going to be a disruption. And I would make that kind of akin to hell in my mind. I would not want to live like that. And then I always wonder too, if we are reincarnated, if that's kind of a form of hell. You just got to keep coming back till you get it right. So it's so many ways we could go about thinking about that. But while we were on break, Jason we were talking about basically the Mandela effect and how it's kind of a misnomer. I do agree with him on that. I know it is now labeled the Mandela effect because, of course, the infamous Mandela thing where when he was elected president in South Africa, there was a lot of shock because a lot of people thought he was dead. And I'm not playing. They thought he died in prison. And people literally were quoting the article they read about his death. Like literally saying, I remember reading it. He died, but he didn't. He became president of South Africa, as we all know. But that's where the current name Mandela, quote unquote, effect was dubbed, because of that particular recollection that is different amongst people. Now, Jason was going into, I guess, an experience he had, a gentleman he met along his path, and how the explanation that he got, which I find incredibly interesting. So I'm going to let you tell everybody.
Well, yeah, and here I'll I'll kind of bring it around full circle. Here's something that we didn't discuss. This is a gentleman who goes by the name of Ross Ben, RAS space BEN. He's from Philadelphia. He's into anything weird and anything Philadelphia. He did a show called The 40th Parallel, and I think he still does that show. But anyway, D-Wave comes into this, right? And the way, and this is just how what I heard from him, this is how he describes it, that CERN and D-Wave work hand in hand, and that this D-Wave computers, these quantum computers that don't work anything or even look anything like any computer that I've ever seen anywhere, or anything I've ever heard described to me as a computer. Anyway, most people are kind of familiar with D-Wave. If you're listening to this show, you probably are. Well, anyway, apparently the D-Wave is supposed to go into all the prophetic different universes that we could be in. And then CERN, it takes all the others, apparently, that they, don't want us to be, and it collapses all of them. And he said that this started when they put Tesla coils on the USS Eldridge in the Philadelphia experiment. And that's why I said it really shouldn't be called the Mandela experiment, but that it should be called, or I'm sorry, the Mandela effect, but that it should be called the Philadelphia experiment effect, because then people would immediately, put it together in their head. Oh, the Philadelphia. Oh, I've heard of that. The Philadelphia experiment. What? Oh, so you mean the Philadelphia? What do you mean the Philadelphia? And be more, a little more, wanting to know what's going on there. Because I'll bring it back to what we were talking about on the break, which is apparently in 1943 when they did that, there was supposed to be some 40-year tear. They were on the 40th parallel in Philadelphia when they, in 1943, when they put those Tesla coils on the Eldridge. And apparently all kinds of awful stuff happened. Apparently sailors were ripped apart when they ripped a hole in time, if you will, and their legs and arms were implanted into parts of the ship, and all this business known as the Philadelphia experiment. Well, 40 years into the future, and I forget where that parallel is, but that has something to do with it also, where the Montauk experiments took place and the MK Ultra stuff, all that business. And he said, and again, this is proven wrong or whatever, because here we are in 2025 and like the world's still here. But in 2024, another 40 years after, or I guess, so it would have been 44, whatever, 23, 24. When was the Eldridge? Was that 43 or 44? Anybody
43.
know? 43.
I thought it was.
So either way, it was, so 40 years and then another 40 years in, I guess, 23 then. There was supposed to be some, that world-ending, changing epoch, another rip into something like that. Because I remember him saying, all right, so the first thing we have to do is just live until 2024. Then, so, which we did, and, as every time somebody else says the world's going to end or whatever, an epoch change, 2012, something we're going to tangibly notice, and it doesn't happen. It was really interesting nonetheless, though. And if you go to his YouTube channel, RAS space Ben, Ross Ben, his PowerPoint presentation on that is still up there. It's about an hour and 15 minutes long, and it's pretty old. It's about 10 or 15 years old.
It's interesting though, because I think I was telling you guys last week, I was at the Full Disclosure Now movement. And at the Full Disclosure Now movement, there's quite a few what we'll call super soldiers who were part of the Montauk experiment as children. And it's very difficult sometimes to talk to them. Some of them, you can tell these are very damaged people. And I don't know if it comes from the experimentation or from other things in their life, but there's some of them, when you speak to them, there is a truth to what they're saying that's very hard to shake off. They know different things about the tunneling under that area in Montauk that they should not know. They should not know it. No way. They know specifics about what have now been released as top secret programs that they should never have known about. I mean, there is a believability to that. Now, I'm also not beyond thinking that I know what we're capable of insofar as electromagnetic and acoustics, and I know they're capable of planting thoughts in people's heads. In fact, I always said that the Navy shipyard shooter and do you guys remember the sniper, the Beltway sniper? Years back, we had the sniper and his son, and then we had the Navy shipyard shooter right after that. And both times they said that they had heard voices in their heads. And it was coughed up to schizophrenia, but they were both older gentlemen. They were both like in their 30s to 40s. And if it had been schizophrenia, it would have been diagnosed, especially to that degree, it would have been diagnosed way earlier because that manifests in your teen years. When that starts, it's not missable because you start talking to walls. I mean, it's
well. There was the guy that wrote my ELF weapon. When he went on a mass shooting, it was one of the only black guys. I can't remember his name, but because that's pretty weird. It's usually white fellas that they pick for patsies.
Was that the Navy shipyard shooter? Because he was black.
You know what? See what I mean? There we go. It's in the back of the dome there. I'm pretty sure it's him. And if you remember, he wrote my ELF weapon on his rifle. In my opinion, all these false flags, they're very similar. They're very dumbed down anymore. Always writing on the weapons and a GoPro on top of the, so it's looking like a video game,
like
etc.
Manchurian Candidate style. It's like they have set loose the Manchurian Candidates. That's literally what I keep thinking. This is nuts.
Another person who they suspected was hit with some kind of sound. Laser sound. Whatever to sound a skull tech was the shooter at Stoneman Marjorie Douglas, Nicholas Cruz. There is a gal named Dana Ashley who had a YouTube channel, and she hasn't been a presence for a while, but she was for a very long time. And she still has a video up about that that's real interesting. So, yeah.
You're talking about V2K. V2K is the voice to skull technology. That's its nickname. Its anagram.
Yeah, and you know what? I reported on it on my Instagram channel in 2018 when MIT admitted it. It says MIT admits voice to, I don't think they referred to it as voice to skull, but they just said MIT transmits sound into somebody's ear with a laser. And I knew what they meant. Not somebody's ear. You're not vibrating the little hairs that I hear you and you hear me with right now. No, that's a different technology altogether.
Well, it's funny because, like I said, it's long been theorized that they've been capable of doing this. And I can tell you that there are reports of these weapons going back into the 70s being utilized. Like, apparently the United States sent one to the Russian embassy back in like 1976. And then, of course, we had the Havana effect most recently. So, I mean, again, you've got a lot of evidence that they've used these acoustical weapons, that they're capable of implanting different things in people's brains, whether you want it or not. And the only way to protect yourself from something like that would be to get like an EMF shielding type of clothing or skull cap, because otherwise you're really kind of done. You cannot protect yourself from a frequency. But that being said, that's why I was kind of putting that out there. These could just be people who were chosen and have been activated to cause as much chaos as possible. That's very possible. But there's other little things that kind of hinky it. Too many people have had like the same type visions, the same type experiences. They can literally, they remember different people from their experiences, and they meet those people and still have memory, but it's never full recall. When it's not full recall, I always think to myself, now they have been able to take your memory since pre-World War II. That is something, that is a technology that's been around a very long time. So yeah, that kind of makes it, it's almost like they've been scrubbed. It's weird.
If they
I
are
know it sounds
doing it,
weird, but go ahead.
I was gonna say, if they are doing it, this is just my personal opinion. I don't think it's so much their head being taken over as if it's happening that they're just driving them bloody nuts, either letting them think that, I mean, they're hearing something in their head. So for all intents and purposes, I guess the difference between a schizophrenic person who's truly hardcore schizophrenic wouldn't really be any difference, you know? And if that's saying this is the only thing that'll stop because that's, I've heard people say that in deposition and whatnot. It's recorded that it said, you know, that that's the only thing that would stop it if I, you know, did whatever. There was maybe you've heard of this. There was an incident of somebody that lived below a woman, and I forget what his deal was. He pissed the FBI off somehow. But she said, I'm so glad that guy moved out of here. Now the voices in my have stopped or whatever. And basically, I can't remember what voices, what they were saying to it, but it was the stuff they were, you know, putting in his dome, apparently.
And you know what? Think about that. The X-Files made a show all about that. Kill, where they would show like guys working on the telephone repair towers, like government agents, and then all of a sudden you would see these people look at a digital screen, and instead of seeing like the numbers of the time, they would see the word kill, or kill them. And so
Yeah,
X-Files
is
on
great.
that. Yeah, that was like back in, I think 2003, 2004, they did an episode on that. And I remember thinking, yeah, that wouldn't be too hard to do, honestly, because the way our neurology works. I mean, it's really, it's not that hard to decode the way our brain sends signals and receives signals.
It's like a computer. They just need a back door to hack it.
Pretty much. And that, I can't see that being very hard for them to do. Being very, very honest with you. They're capable of so much that people don't even want to think about, because to us, you know, we've always been, I guess you could say, programmed since childhood that these things are inhumane. They're inhuman. They're not acceptable. So we would never do it. To be honest with you, only a select group of people get to be able to control that type of technology. But that's why, in fact, I've always said that's why they stopped the remote viewing programs in the U.S. government. Why? Nobody ever asked, why did they stop, you know, Stargate? Why did they stop the remote viewing program? Well, they stopped the remote viewing programs because they learned that they couldn't always control the viewers. And the viewers were beginning to look at them. And that was a big problem, a very big problem, because there were secrets within the government and within that particular unit that, big problem. And the unit got shut down. So it's a double-edged sword. And these are things that people don't want to talk about. A lot of people, they want to call it woo-woo. It's woo-woo. That's woo. That's new age. No, really, it's not. It's really, really not. And it's really not woo-woo. There is a lot of science behind it. There's a lot of evidence behind it. It's just whether or not you're either one, willing to look, or two, willing to listen. Even like I was telling somebody the other day, you can tell if you're really tuned into your environment, you can tell when an EMF frequency is off. You can actually, it's inside your skull, but you can hear it. I said it sounds like a pitch difference. Like you'll get this like high pitched squeal, or it'll go to a very low pitch, but that's a frequency deviation. You're just not recognizing this on an absolute, a conscious level. You're so used to all the interference you're standing in the middle of all day long. And I got to tell you, in the last 20 to 30 years, that's amplified. I can't even tell you how much, between the cell towers, the radio towers, oh my God, we are just engulfed in frequencies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whether we like it or not. The fact that we can still think straight is kind of amazing, because it literally interferes with your brain signals. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's an argument. It can be argued that a lot of these frequencies are so low that they, it can arguably that they don't have any sort of severe effect on humans.
Severe, no, not always, but extreme low frequencies are just as dangerous as EMF, electromagnetic frequencies. And people don't know. That's like, and not all people are the same. Like, I can hear frequencies most people cannot. There's a frequency that they use in New York City to keep, it's a security frequency basically, but it's to keep teenagers from hanging out in front of buildings.
Yeah,
And they play.
tried it in the UK. They tried it in the UK a couple of years ago. Yeah.
I can hear that frequency. I'm one of the few adults who can hear that frequency. And it's, trust me, very freaking annoying.
I so know what you're talking about. I can hear, I know it's something because I can hear it squelch. Like, I'm a musician, so I know, you know what I mean? I know what the actual word is. I don't know what it is either. And I didn't hear it until I moved into the place that I'm at now. I've been here a while. I've been here 8 years, but it didn't start till I moved here. And it's not too often, but maybe 3 or 4 times a week. I mean, it's like a wee, and I mean, you can hear it squelching like somebody's turning an analog knob to it. Yes. So you know it's something because it's squelching. It's literally like somebody's messing with an analog knob.
Yep. It's, and like I said, people, again, I think people are so busy all the time, and that's by design. They keep you in chaos by design because they don't want you stopping and smelling the roses, because it may not actually have a scent to it. And then you're going to question it. But again, the fact is that, I mean, and ELFs, there are people who could actually hear the aurora. We know animals can hear it. Most wildlife can actually hear. There's an actual sound to the aurora borealis. But
I did not know that.
Oh yeah, look it up. There's an actual sound that goes with it's an ELF. It's an extreme low frequency.
That's far out.
There are certain humans that can actually hear it too. The Taoist hum is another example. Some people hear the hum. Some people do not hear the hum. But it's definitively there because it shows up. You can see it on the meters when it's going. Yep, it's there, but only certain people can hear it. So again, we're all different. We're all set up differently, and different things are going to affect us. But I can tell you, EMFs, especially, in fact, I put a huge thing about EMFs in the chat also, because EMFs are so damn dangerous to us. And people just don't understand how bad EMFs are for your anatomy, for your brain, for anything related to us. It's really bad for you. And higher exposures to it can really make you sick. Really sick, actually. And most people, you'll go to the doctor, you'll get misdiagnosed. Because, you know, who's going to say, well, could this be EMF? Like, it might not be. But with that, I got to take us out our second break of the night. Hang in there, guys. This is our long break. When we return, more to it. I want to talk about AI when we come back. Hang in there, guys. Shall return. Oh, yes. I love you, Roger.
Well, I mean, I'm cool. Mr. Edworthy.
All right, we're on radio break right now.
Mr. Edworthy might have a problem with it. He kind of goes crazy and starts doing...
Roger, you got to wait until we go on break.
Sorry.
No, this is the Roger we all know and love.
Anyways, get ready for the next group that'll be coming up, or we'll be back in this one. All right? Because I've had the luck of having to bounce back to the original group twice already tonight.
Now, Microsoft has been funky monkey all week, so...
Microsoft's
been funky monkey. Verizon has been funky monkey. I mean, there's been, in fact, they just grounded, I think it's United Airlines. They just grounded all their flights because they're having an issue with their systems. I'm like, yeah, it's a cyber breach. Good job.
Wow.
Yep.
All United Air grounded.
Yep.
How about that?
Yeah.
If you
Surprise! Not really.
if you really wanna hit Mark Edworthy really, really low, start talking
Oh
about
no. Oh no.
analog audio.
Oh. I think his hair stood up.
I tortured
Okay,
him
when
to
we get
death.
cut off here, we're going to go over there. That way you can take it right up to like the 57-minute mark. Nancy.
Okie
right.
dokie. Actually, I'm going to bounce and wait for your call.
Okay. All
I
right.
have to go take.
Hold. I am going to put the link here for you guys,
She just said
just in
tinkle,
case you
dude.
don't have it, which you probably do already. And then
Is that appropriate for the radio to say tinkle?
We're not on air. We're on break.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure, 'cause, like, I could have said tinkle a long time ago and gotten away with it.
Yeah,
It's a little
and just
different
to
when you
say
say
F
Roger.
is
Yeah, I know.
okay. So MC, you were
To
good
say-
tonight. You're doing great.
to say-
See,
I
Tinkle is
appreciate
okay,
that.
Roger. Saying golden shower is not okay, Roger.
Somebody
No.
just
and
somebody
the only one that can get away with saying glory hole is Willie, because he tells you that it's where people go and the kids come down to his farm and jump in the ponds that he has there, and when they do, they yell glory hole.
Oh
Anyways,
wow.
that's
You
what he
put
says.
glory
Yep,
hole
but
and
anyways.
kids.
Okay, so let's figure out what we're gonna do there.
His farm and jump in the ponds that he has there, and when they do, they yell glory hole. Anyways,
Oh,
that's what
wow.
he says.
You
Yep.
put
But
glory
anyways,
hole.
and folks, I will get up the next group right now.
It says guests are waiting to join view
It
lobby.
Yeah. If you can admit them on your
Okay.
side, that'll
now
make it go
they're-
quicker.
They're coming in.
There we go.
Did
Where's
here.
Jason at?
Jason,
we lose Jason?
I think so. Hold on here.
Maybe.
probably didn't like that whole comment about the glory hole. That was a little bit too much.
For Jason?
Probably.
Get out of here.
Yeah. It's like,
Falling
Well,
flat
it
there.
keeps bouncing them out of there. Hold on here. Let me
now, I have to learn how to behave more because I did a horrible thing on Sunday.
yes, you do.
What?
And you
What did you do?
and you did.
It was horrible because I went on Censorship Sucks and I was sick and I just started talking about like the Intergalactic Proctology Alliance and just it started from there. It just kept on going.
I'm trying to get
Oh
Jason.
my god,
Yeah.
that's freaking funny. I'm so sorry, Mark, because I know
Yeah,
you were
but he
upset
wanted
about it.
Willie to do a skit about that, and Willie didn't show up in the deal.
Oh my god, Roger. Oh my god, I'm gonna blueprint your brain. Holy crap, that's funny.
I even had
Oh
like
my God.
a mission statement for it too, where their sole purpose,
Oh no.
their sole purpose.
You really
Alright.
sat and thought
I-
this out.
Yeah,
Jason, if you're
No, no,
hearing,
not
if you're
really.
listening out there on D Live or someplace else, I sent you the link on Telegram again. All right. So
Did you go look in the other
Hold
room
on.
and see if he's still there?
I couldn't do that because I hung up, and if I hang up, it's gonna put this one on like.
Can't you just manually invite him?
I just did.
I am trying to re-invite him, but he's and oh,
There
there's
he
David.
is.
David Campione.
Oh, that's Dave.
Keeps leaving and coming in and then leaving.
Yeah.
Who?
That's because he's
Jason.
got thunderstorms. Or no, Dave can't be on was, hey, Dave, are you guys doing okay over there? Oh, he's
He's on mute. Anyways,
Poor guy.
well, we got some time yet.
Yeah.
I'll go back and get Jason.
Maybe he's
Hold
going
on.
to the bathroom.
It's gonna put me. It's it put me on mute here. Let me.
Yeah, we had some bad storms come through, but I just got the internet back. I was working offline for almost 2 hours, so there was nothing else to do.
Hold on. It's gonna put me on mute with this. All right. I'll be right
Go
back.
ahead.
Okay.
You know, I could actually see Dave. I was looking at the storms over you guys. I was like, oh yeah. Oh.
They were bad.
Yeah,
They were-
you guys had some pretty decent shelf clouds. I was like,
Yeah.
holy.
Oh yeah.
crow.
Yeah. Tonight would have been the night to be out photographing, but I didn't. I did some stuff last night and the previous nights, but not tonight. Because how
Hey,
can I
Jason.
miss this show?
Yeah.
Aw.
I was.
Jason, Mark just went looking for you. We lost our producer. He disconnected himself.
He was probably the
himself.
he was probably the problem though, because like I've been listening to quite a few shows since he started doing this Teams thing, and like it gets ugly. It gets
Well,
horribly ugly.
You knew my opinion when
Yeah.
we decided to go with Teams. I was not happy about it.
Well, I
Oh,
started
Teams is a
not
mess.
I started deleting my my accounts or my chats because I'm sick of it. There he
There's
is.
Mark.
Everything the same.
Are we all here now? I think
But
so.
where are you, Nancy? I don't see you.
I'm here.
Okay,
Obviously, you can hear me. I'm here. Woo-hoo.
I can hear you. She's
Mark,
being
what-
incognito.
Mark
Okay, here we
Latasha.
go.
There you go.
I don't know why I don't know why when I came back my mic was muted, but
Yes,
probably
yeah.
because I didn't initiate the call.
That's right. I
No,
invited
you muted it. You told us you were going to mute and get out.
Yeah.
No, I said it was going to put me on hold and I was going to come back.
They just
Well,
literally
wait.
bounce you.
Wait, if you didn't initiate the call, who initiated the call? Because I didn't initiate the
Roger
call.
did.
No,
Roger
I
initiated
called
this
you.
call so I could come-
You came out and I just called you back. That's all I did. I requested you to join.
Okay. Anyways, we got about 30 seconds until we come back, more or less, something like that. Either way, so it's working. All right, we're good. Dan Trika is Sky in the Kick Chat. Appreciate you guys, and DK and everybody over on D Live. Appreciate you too, and also the restreaming. I know restreaming hasn't been easy tonight for everybody,
It
but
is
here's your
live.
countdown, Nancy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side once again, right now.
And we are back. And of course, my dog decides to cough right as I'm coming back on air. Wonderful sound effect. Welcome back, folks, to the Vixen's Vault. We are in the second hour of the show, and very interesting first hour. I love just kind of wiffle balling conversations and actually having an entire panel that knows what the hell I'm talking about. This is unusual. It's been actually a great experience when I brought the vault back, because we've compiled this panel, and I have to tell you, I really respect everybody. And Vicky's not with us tonight, but she's not feeling good. She has COVID. But
Still.
everybody brings so much to the table. It's just always, it's like being at the most awesome, like, living room conversation where everybody's just sitting around batting information back and forth, and we all kind of know a little bit about a lot. And so sharing that information, whether we agree with each other or not, that doesn't mean crap. It's still the information's getting through. So it's just always, I really want to thank the panel, as I try to do it every week, but I really want to thank everybody, because you all bring so much to the table, and it just makes for a really, really, like, I don't think I've ever come off the show and not thought for hours, actually days into the week going on about things we talked about on the air, because it's never boring to me. It's never, I never don't learn something, and that's an awesome thing. But getting back into it, I wanted to quickly let the audience know that United is back up and running again. They have cleared their planes to go ahead and go back up. And it was a computer issue. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but I know they did say it was a computer issue. I'm not surprised in the least. And I will tell you folks, just, put your seatbelt on when it comes to that, because it's going to get a lot worse. And that's not a joke. That's coming from somebody in cybersecurity. Yeah, it's going to get a lot worse.
I was just thinking the disaster recovery procedures must have, or the documentation must have grown massively over the last year.
I think it's that, and I think they're honestly, and I'm not saying this to be political in any way, shape, or form. I'm really not. But since the new presidency took office, CISA and our guidance, I guess you could say organizations within the government, have really put their game is kicked up like 5,000 notches. And I'm not joking. Like, I'm getting different alerts, different information every single day, where before, if I was getting once a week, I was lucky. So they are really kicking their game up, and I think they're trying to get some control back. I just don't, I am of the opinion, I think it's too late. I think we've been infiltrated for some time now, and yeah, it's just a matter of a countdown as to when they're going to start kicking off more and more and more attacks.
I
Just not a good
can
thing.
I jump in?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, I mean, we talk about this all the time, and we talk about Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution.
Yep.
And when you look at when you look at an organization or a secret society or whatever it is that's been controlling us for 6,000 years, they know exactly what buttons to push. And I can't help but see how everything is lining up perfectly between the immigration situation and the what do you call it, the immigration situation, and then all the digital fraud that's going on. It's like they're setting us up for universal digital identity, the sharing of all databases and everything else that you can think of. And I don't know about you guys, but I mean, can anybody else see it, or is it just me?
Funny enough,
I see it, brother.
Funny enough, I created a post on mine just on the 4th, so 3 days ago. As of when was it? June the 19th. The UK Data Use and Access Act came into was approved, which means digital identity cards will be expected to be rolled out over the next 12 months in the UK.
And Mexico just did the same thing. Mexico had they had a program in place that was voluntary for digital ID. And I think as of either yesterday or late last week, they made it now mandatory. So
technically the UK one will be voluntary, but there's the question about being able to access certain services if you don't have it.
How long does it take them to get it from voluntary to mandatory?
Not long at all.
Exactly.
I mean, here's the thing.
To the UK's schedule.
Well, here in the States,
it's kind of like the fast lane at the airports. As long as you're willing to give it your biometric data, they'll fast track you through the line. You get to do the short line.
And of course, there's
one of the things people are really worried about in terms of that real ID is flying domestically. And from what I hear, a way around that is getting a passport. You can check into that to make sure, but I heard that will work, that you can, getting the real ID. and get yourself a
Well,
pass. Still get on
Yeah,
a
no,
plane.
that'll get you past the passport. I'm talking about the CBP or
Oh, I dig it. Yeah, I'm just saying that's one thing at least, you know.
In
Yeah.
the US, isn't passports now related to biometrics?
Yes.
And yeah, I thought so.
Yes.
You need fingerprints and stuff.
Yep.
I was going to go back to
Well, so you
another
got to
point.
give them some form of biometrics to get a passport. I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Well,
Oh,
actually,
wow.
during
And the-
COVID, they started instituting across the board on state level biometrics, like the unemployment divisions within Florida, and they use the excuse that they've been hacked 3 times during COVID.
Well,
to
that's
go
my
to this.
excuse for not wanting to do it. If they
Yep.
hack my voice,
Yep.
I can't get a new voice. If they hack
Yep.
my iris, I can't get a new iris.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's they went to a
Fingerprints, same
biometric
thing.
system. Yep. In fact, it
and
was
of
funny because
course,
I was on unemployment during COVID, and I told them to remember that, Rafi. I literally told the unemployment officer to shove it up his ass and twist. I was
Yeah.
not going on their biometric system.
Oh,
I
and
remember
of,
that.
and of
Yep.
course with
Gotta
the
get that twist in there.
upcoming UK Online Safety Acts coming in earlier this year, and as we've seen just over the last week or two, there's a requirement to verify social media, verify identity, so face recognition, possible biometric data sooner or later.
Well, I know in the States right now, their big push is the health system, where they're trying to make one large repository for health records, which goes against it. It started with HIPAA. You know, they started with HIPAA, where the Privacy Act, but we're going to protect you. And the only thing HIPAA really protects is it gives them all of our information. And literally, HIPAA has caused more problems because, again, if you have like a 16-year-old kid who does something that's a problem, you can't get access to your own child's stuff. It's crazy.
In
Now
theory, HIPAA stops doctors from sharing their your data with let's say, an insurance company,
see now
or
they're
third-party company. At
but
least
what
in
they've
theory.
done now, all these doctors, because all HIPAA records are digitized. So now what they're doing is that they're bringing the HIPAA, they're pulling back on HIPAA, and they're pushing all the information into one repository, so all doctors can access the repository whenever they want. And they started that again. That started with COVID, because they had a large repository for the COVID vaccines. Like any doctor in this country can pull up whether or not you've been vaccinated for COVID. So
But-
literally now they're
but the
integrating all
other-
your health records into that.
But the opposite argument is if you are seeing multiple doctors, let's say you in the UK would be a general practitioner, but your local doctor, and then you get knocked over and you're being seen by accidents and emergency, they can pull up the records quickly and review your health history.
But again, you would think that, okay, so here's my counter to that, because again, as a person who just went through this, and trust me, I was livid as I went through it, and Rafi will again test to that. I mean, livid. I got in a car accident. I had all my information with me, and still could not get any of the facilities to share. If I had to demand that they give me CDs or discs of my MRIs, my CTs, because they would not share this information no matter how many times you filled out the permission slips and signed off on HIPAA. It didn't matter. They refused to do it. Why? Because the health system makes more money when you have to go get the damn test repeated. My thing was, in fact, when I went to my newest doctor, who's doing the laser surgery on me later this month, I literally looked at him. I said, okay, here's the deal. I am not getting another CT. I am not getting another MRI. Right now, I'm probably as irradiated as a freaking Christmas tree, because literally y'all did like 7 in a month. I said, because nobody wanted to share the information and I had to go to specialists as an emergency, not like I could wait. My brain fell into my spinal column. I had to go whether I liked it or not. And each person put me in for more tests because nobody would share.
Question
So
for
I've
you.
got 5 discs sitting right over there for the exact same
Yep.
reason. You know, I hit them up and I figured they would just PDF me. I go out there 5 days later and in the mail, I mean, an entire redwood forest must have given its life in paper. I mean, they had everything from every surgery that I'd ever had, every CT scan that I'd ever had. I didn't ask for all that, but hey, I'll take it. And yeah, right. Now it's the discs. You just literally just bring the discs, and boy, don't forget them because I did that. And yeah, that wasn't good.
Question
I mean,
for
it's-
you guys.
yeah.
How integrated is the US medical system at this present moment?
Okay, so,
Um,
define integrated. Define what you mean.
A singular, let's say a singular customer relationship
Okay.
management
If
system,
you
singular.
are within, okay, so if you are like Advent Health, in other words, if you have a carrier and you go to Advent Health facilities share their information. Baycare facilities share their information. It depends on what facility you visit as to whether or not patients being shared. And even I couldn't get one of the Baycare facilities. I could not get my information from them. I had to literally get everything redone twice after that because of this Baycare facility. Now, I can tell you that putting it into one, and not only that, they're using, we're getting hacked, people's records are, everybody's health records are open to the public because we got hacked. It's all up on the dark web. That includes your driver's license, your social, everything is on the dark web. To me, that is intentional. They have had 20 plus years to build impenetrable security. 20 plus years to get this right. This is the information that identifies us as individuals within this country. And it is, let me tell you, if you get your identity stolen, you are screwed 9 ways from Sunday. It doesn't matter if you have LifeLock or not. It does not matter.
You say 20 odd years, but it's worth remembering that in Europe, the General Data Protection Regulations is an extremely young act or young set of regulations. It's only been about since what, 2017, 2018?
I can tell you, like, I was already in school for cybersecurity in 2018, but I can tell you that they've known about these issues. Like that's why I laughed when Hillary Clinton was like, well, I didn't know. Bullshit, you didn't know. Excuse my language. You were number one briefed when you were a senator and Secretary of State. You were given a security briefing that would have made it very clear how it works, especially on the internet, because it was kind of the new thing back then. You were
she
before
didn't
that.
know.
Oh,
But
dude.
apart from
She so much
California,
didn't know that she got her phone off the Awan brothers, if you remember those guys that George Webb was investigating. And it wasn't just her, it was Anthony Weiner, it was Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who when I lived in Florida, I was lucky enough to live in her district. But there was like 16 of them on Capitol Hill that said, no, our NSA sat phones, the top, company in the world, the NSA, for crying out loud. Now, that's not good enough. That's not safe enough. We feel safer with these 2 IT guys out of Pakistan named Imran Awan and whatever his brother's name was. And in the end, they finally arrested them at Dulles International Airport, the Awan brothers. But and that was like the first YouTube investigation that I actually looked at. But yeah, right. She didn't know. She didn't know that she covered her ass to that point and covered everybody else's ass around her.
And not only that, dude, but prior to that, she was carrying a BlackBerry phone. Okay, when was the BlackBerry scandal? That was like right around 2007, 2008. And here she is with her freaking BlackBerry phone in China as Secretary of State. You're telling me that our Secretary of State did not know that that was the most massive security breach and national security issue. She's got all her crap on that BlackBerry, and here she goes trotting off to China.
It is
Oh
worth
my God.
noting. It is worth noting that, with the exception of the California Consumer Protection Act and HIPAA, the U.S. doesn't have very much in the way of data protection regulations.
No, well,
Hasn't got
that's
anything
again,
around
it's by design. It's by design because they want us, they're pushing us to the digital ID. It backs up what Raphael was saying.
It's
They
not just
want
that.
us in that quandary where we have no choice but to say, we trust you, secure us, because we're getting ripped to shreds in the wild out here.
Yeah,
But
it's not
surely
just
Right,
that,
like
this
though.
is
they're
a good-
making it impossible.
They've been calling for an end to encryption for how long now?
Yeah.
They don't want us to
Which
have
would be different.
anything that's secure. They want to be able to read everything that we type. They want to know everything about us.
Yep.
And
But
that's
Yeah,
just
they don't
what
even
surely
want us to
this is
have
a
our
good
own
time.
records.
Surely this is a good time for on the federal level to start thinking about consumer data protection regulations.
I honestly think, I don't think we're going to be using the systems we have much longer. Again, y'all can laugh at me if you want, but I know the technology that's coming, and I really think they're going to take it down. They're going to take down the internet as we know it, and they're going to replace it.
Yep.
I really do.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, I got I was having a discussion with my brother today, and he's already accepting that it's coming. He's talking about it openly, and basically not even fighting it, and it just amazes me.
But we both know your
People are
brother.
freaking stupid, man.
People are complacent, and
but
people
this-
don't.
This
Go ahead.
allows us to go back to the original idea of the internet or the web, networks within networks, which was
Yep.
the basic principles of the web. Was not everybody or anybody who's capable of being able to do this to have their own servers run up and host their own material.
For the last break of the evening, guys. Stay with us. We got another half hour to go. We shall return in just a few moments with the Vixen's Fall.
All right. Hey, good call there, David. I was getting ready to do it, but you caught it ahead of time. Thank you so much.
Kept using his dinghy. I kept hearing ding, ding.
Okay. Oh boy, Rob.
That up because
I
he
do.
wanted you to bring back up Ring My Bell again.
I know.
Yeah.
I seen
Yeah.
this cool thing on Pizza Hut.
Oh,
Oh
no.
my God.
It says that women who use that, what do they call that stuff that you make your face look smoother? They said you'll never see them going to Pizza Hut.
Oh my God. Oh, Roger. Mark is going to have to kill you.
What do they call that? You know what I'm saying? They make to make big
Botox.
boobs and Botox. Yeah,
Botox.
Botox.
Yeah.
Yeah. Women who use Botox, you'll never
They
see.
big boobs.
Well,
I would hope you don't inject your boobs with Botox. It's more your lips
Oh my
and
God.
wrinkles. You don't put Botox in your boobs.
Silicone boobs.
Oh, silicone and Botox. Not,
Wow.
but you'll never see a woman who has Botox go to Pizza Hut.
Oh, I don't even. Oh boy. Oh, Roger.
I
I'm
found,
kind of glad Vicky's not here tonight because Vicky be like praying quietly to herself right now.
Do you know that when we had DK on once? Hold on. Do you know that when we had DK on once, that I had her do a cleansing? It was live on the air. No
Oh
kidding. And she goes, our father. And I'm like, here it comes.
You're probably serious.
Oh.
Here it comes.
That
DK, if you're out there, you're coming in on the. I got you in a hot seat for the after show for sure.
DK,
Oh,
my boy.
He's definitely that explains why I only drank 3 beers last week or last Sunday.
I'm telling you, Vicky's got the mojo, man. Vicky's
does.
got the mojo.
And-
She's got
and then-
that direct connect.
And then DK goes and does a rebuttal. He goes, if you have an attachment or you're being possessed, you can't even say the first part of the Lord's Prayer. He goes, but all I can remember of the Lord's Prayer is like the first couple sentences. And I'm like, oh boy.
Oh.
So
God
everybody's
bless you,
possessed right now.
Oh,
But we
come
love
on.
you, DK. Hey,
I was gonna say, don't feel bad. I actually got called Satan's whore by one of my guests on the show.
oh yeah. David's buddy.
I was called
Yeah.
Satan's whore too.
It's like a
God.
compliment in my world.
I was like, man,
Actually, I told him it was a compliment in my world too.
they
like,
always call me
literally.
Satan's whore, dude. I'm just,
Oh.
it's like, I'm so tempted to like just reach out and tell everybody that, Mark Watashik is a beautiful man.
You're not going to call him Satan's whore?
Well,
You're
I
just trying
could.
to brown nose Roger because you got in trouble for Sunday.
Well, no, I did that all on my own. Like poor Mark had to sit there and just take it. He took it like a man.
Look at Mark. I know it had to be bad because Mark has literally got his hand on his forehead like, oh my God. Yeah. I don't know what you did, Roger, but I want the recording.
But he was quite entertaining for a little bit of it, and I think John was thinking about bringing you back in live with us until you kept going and just went and stopped. Like, okay, well, you missed your opportunity there, bud.
Well, he got upset because I was like being mean to his viewers.
Okay, well, here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Nancy, you are back live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back. 10:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, August the 6th. You guys will never forget the time and the date when it comes to my show. That is like so regimented into me to say. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. Once again, a very entertaining break. I'm not going to go into detail about what was said because I'm sure we would have to edit the entire conversation, but it was entertaining. When we went off air, we were talking about digital IDs, digital identification, and basically where things seem to be heading. And as we were about to head off air, I had basically made the statement that I really do not foresee the internet as we know it continuing much further into the future. I do see another system to take its place, basically because the
totally controlled, tracked, and traced.
Yeah. Well, most likely I am going to put it out there. It's going to be completely monitored. And I don't like, I don't like that. I'm all about freedom of expression. I'm all about privacy. But, we kind of did this to ourselves. We did. And I'm not going to, there's no way to pretty that up or candy coat it. Every time they removed one of our freedoms, every time they told us it was for safety, it was for security, we just kind of bowed our heads like little sheep and accepted it. And we shouldn't have, because it's not about safety. And as we find out 10, 20, 30 years in the future, 3/4 of the time, it was, what we'll call now, the term they use now is false flag. But it was BS. And it was done intentionally. In fact, I just made a note. I think I put it in the chat. I don't know if I did because it's got to do with this. That I think it was Chuck Schumer, the Democrat. What is he? He was this Democrat. He was the Senate head. Now he's not. He's the minority.
He's a minority leader. Yeah.
Yeah, minority Senate. But he put in an amendment to the NDAA, which we re-upped the NDAA, which is otherwise known as the National Defense Authorization Act. It's been something that's been ongoing since 2012. It was basically put in there to supplement or to replace the Patriot Act, which was put into play after 9/11. Both laws are completely and wholly unconstitutional. Like, go against the Constitution in ways you can't even imagine. And they were put into play. Why? Well, they said for our security. I mean, literally, those are NDAA is what allowed Biden to throw J6 prisoners in jail for 3 years with no charges because they were considered terrorists under the NDAA. So again, folks, if you're not aware of what that is, you need to go look it up and read it because it is an abomination to what we call freedom. It's disgusting. But Chuck Schumer put an amendment in that I found really interesting. My eyebrow went shwink. That basically it was about UFOs and the information about UFOs. And in the NDAA, they were going to basically investigate and demand through the NDAA that, disclosure occur. And I'm like, literally, I posted it on my Facebook and I said, so blue beam in full effect. Here we go. Here we go. When the government begins demanding that the government give you the information that the government already knows all about, and then they pretend like they have to investigate to figure it out. Yeah. Yep. They are setting you up for an epic event. Epic. They're planting the nodules in your head. They're planting the information there. They're planting the curiosity there. They're planting the interest there. So you're going to pay attention when God appears in the sky and talks to you. And it's actually a bunch of drones and literally making a wonderful holographic display that looks like God, but it's really not. And then they own you because they're going to push you into one world religion because everybody's religious icon is going to appear to them and tell them that we all need to unite under this leader. And we all need to be happy, and we never need to own anything ever again.
2 points. It's
And don't
Easy
forget, eat the
bugs.
bugs too.
Right, easy bugs.
2 points. It's interesting that you're talking about regulation or legislation being modified for purposes that wasn't related to the original purpose of the legislation.
Well,
because
they're saying it is national security. See, the NDAA deals with our national security. And they're saying that unidentified flying objects or UAPs or whatever we're dealing with in this sense are a threat to national security.
okay.
So that's how they slip it in there.
I'm just thinking about the section 181 or 182 of the UK Online Safety Act. This act was originally the original purpose was to protect children from the more unscrupulous areas of the internet, and in that section they've added a requirement that it is necessary to monitor people who discuss anything in relation to immigration, which obviously has got nothing to do with the original purpose. But
Right.
another point I want to bring up is you talk about that the internet will be fully monitored.
Yep.
I'm coming to the point that conclusion that sure, the most popular sites, the general internet, the general web will be monitored, but there will always be subsections of the web where people will, let's say, create their own service, create their own security protocols, where it would be difficult for external bodies or governmental agencies to monitor.
Now, see, this is where I kind of.
You
This is
really
where-
believe that? I mean, with sentient
market-
AI and quantum computing, you think there's any security you can be able to
Yeah.
implement?
I think that's where I was going to go with that. I really do believe our governments have very, very functional, very intelligent forms of AI. I don't think that's what we're seeing in the consumer markets at all.
No.
I think that's
no.
just really good processing. But I do believe our government does have AI in its
That's
very
tech-
true form.
as technology specialists, as we both are, it goes back to the idea of finding a problem and coming up with a solution for said problem.
Well,
So,
yeah, Hegelian
yeah.
dialectic, but the thing is, again, Hegelian dialectic, Mark. They create
They
the
can go
problem,
work both ways.
they stir the pot, and then they are the solution. And
Well-
we are idiots, and we buy into it every freaking time. I mean, they did it in Benghazi. They did it. They have literally done it historically over and over, and to the point where if you are a pattern watcher like I am, I'm like revolted. Because it's
But
like
it-
how stupid is our society at large that they're not seeing a
And
problem
they
here.
gotta get. And they gotta
But-
get the last big
but that
shebang
principle
in
can
there.
go both ways. That
So,
principle can go
oh,
both ways.
okay.
The government will create a problem and come up with a solution, but also consumers or users that do not wish to use the government solution will see that
Yes
see
and
that as a
no.
problem.
You guys are
That
caught
was-
up in technocracy is what that is. That's technocratic garbage. When you look at what you guys are talking about, you need to also talk about statecraft and what's the difference between us and statecraft. Statecraft is created and it has absolutely nothing to do with your belief system.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, and here's the thing too, Mark, that you've got to, and again, I think I see patterns. You know, I thought the Q movement was an incredible movement. Why? Because whether it was a psyop or not, it actually was a psyop by definition, no matter how you flip it, good or bad, it was a psyop. But it gathered some of the greatest autists, people who are they're OCD in how they research, and it put them all in one group. And now those people who are probably the most dangerous people on the internet, these are your people who are creating backdoors, breaking backdoors, creating codes, hacking the shit out of everything. These are the greatest hackers of all time that have all gathered in one place because they had a mystery to solve. And they figured out that the system was screwing them. And a lot of them have known that from the beginning because why? They sat on the freaking dark web and watched people to tell us this was happening, dumping files on the dark web.
I want to actually do something on what the dark web actually is, because a lot of people have been screwed into believing this idea that is just not true when it comes to the dark web. There's an entire story about that.
Yep. There's, like I said, there's like any other thing. There's good aspects, there's bad aspects of the dark web. You just got to know what you're doing if you're on the dark web. That's pretty much the end all. You have to know what you're doing.
Also,
But the
the
point
term
is
the
that
dark
with the
web.
with
sorry,
the universal
also
Don't you have to
digital
know what you're doing just to get on the dark web?
Well,
I was just going to say the term the dark web has been misused, inappropriately used, much like a lot of like artificial intelligence and cloud and stuff. It's one of these terms that has been overly misused in the last several years.
50 years.
well, to put it bluntly, like a lot of people thought 4chan was dark web. 4chan was not dark web. 4chan was just 4chan. 2chan was 2chan. 8chan was 8chan. 8kun was 8kun. I mean, literally, these were chat rooms basically. And if you're back from the IRC days like I am, you know exactly how that works. There could be you could have a group of chats like you had. Let's see, you had Star Chat. You had a bunch of different chats with MIRC, and then of course, you had multiple other. MIRC, I believe, was the first Merc. But literally, you could have, I think there was something like 250,000 different chats off Merc, but they ran off all different server systems, all different groups. Good luck figuring out where you were going if you didn't know where you were going, because I mean, I can tell you my first few months on the on Merc, dude, I used to code myself into rooms all by myself. I'd be like, oh, where's my chat? What did I just do? Oh, okay, I got to back out and do that. Whoops. We used to call it the padded cell. Because if you typed one wrong thing into the entry key, you were in this room all by yourself. You just created a room. Oh, joy. But yeah, unfortunately, you're all by yourself. that it's kind of the same thing. The dark web is just basically a network. It's a network. It's not, but it's, again, just like MIRC could be. If you don't know what you're doing, you're going to end up in places you don't want to be, because there's a black market on the dark web, just like there is on the internet. You're going to end up in places where there are FBI agents sitting in there. There are Interpol agents sitting in there. And as you jump in, they're capturing your IP. And it doesn't matter how many times you tried to cover your butt with that IP. It doesn't matter if you're on a VPN. Trust me, we learned how to unmask VPNs years ago. You're done.
So
They're going to capture your IP.
My next question is, because the way I see it's going to go down is that once they have the universal digital ID up and running, you'll have to use that just to log on. Basically, the entire internet infrastructure will funnel you into basically one giant Facebook.
That's
You
what
have to
they
use
want.
that- You have to use that universal digital ID to get onto it. And that is going to be the internet as far as they're concerned. So how do you get
That's
around
why-
that? I mean, you can't just set up a mesh network, and anytime you come up with new technologies to communicate outside of their system, they make it illegal. So what's the answer?
I heard James Corbett talking about that, and
Yeah.
I just found it very interesting. Yeah, hopefully if we do something about it, it won't be what happens, but God forbid.
Well, the thing is again, in America, especially in the United States, we have like the most short-term memory voters in history. Literally, they can't remember one day to the next. Do you guys remember SOPA PIPA? When people became aware of SOPA and PIPA, and there was a huge outcry where people were like, absolutely not. No. And so Congress says, okay, we're going to take it off the bill. No more SOPA PIPA. And they renamed it and put it in the next bill. And nobody paid attention, and it passed. And it's like,
They've done that
welcome.
with so many bills.
Yeah.
They do that with every bill that doesn't pass on its own. You know what? They did that with, check this out, HR 5736, the Smith-Munt Modernization Act. That wouldn't, check it out, that wouldn't pass on its own. And believe it or not, that didn't even pass till 2013, January. They had to connect it to another bill, and that passed on through. So what I'm trying to say is, that incident that may or may not have been what they told you happened at that school in Connecticut in 2012. Whatever. Well, check it out. Whatever happened or didn't happen there, HR 5736 was not on the books at that time. The Smith-Munt Modernization Act was not on the books at that time, not till a month later.
Yep. Well, and it's funny because during that particular event that you're talking about, there were multiple federal and local, let's just say, mobilizations occurring simultaneously within a mile of that event. So yeah.
One of the biggest issues in the US, and much more in the US than in most other countries, is that these legislations, these bills are so long and so convoluted that it's easy to sneak something in and nobody even notices it. I mean, you may have a bill that is 200, 300 pages long, and you might have just one little paragraph on this specific section.
Yep.
And it's a known thing that folks do not read that entire bill. There was one time where Senator Rand Paul, he said, listen, I know, he called everybody out. He said, I know you guys didn't read this bill. He said, because I've literally stayed up all night. He said, and I couldn't get through 1/3 of this. He says, I haven't slept in 27 hours. I've been reading this bill. He says, I know none of you have read it because I physically couldn't read it in that amount of time. And you're voting on X, Y, and Z. That was Rand Paul.
Yep. Well, see, Rand Paul's another one, though. I loved him for a long time, and then I learned not to trust him when I looked at his campaign donors.
Yeah, they're all scumbags at the end of the day, in my opinion.
His number one campaign donor was Microsoft. As soon as I saw that, I was like, "Oh, I'm out." Tap tap. Bye.
Was he really Microsoft?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yep. I was like, tap, tap, bye. But again, I truly believe that about 96 to 97% of our hill is absolutely corrupt and
Of
not
course.
retrievably corrupt. So I am one of these people who I'm thinking, you know what? If they really do what they said they were going to do and they're really cleaning out the swamp, they need to burn it.
Well, do they
All-
get money from APAC or don't they? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All of them. They need to burn it. That's it. An example needs to be made where this never happens again, because we've let it go so badly. It's ridiculous at this point. It's
There's
really,
only one way to do that, and to do to the extent that you said, and that is to remove the people in power and dump every database, every file for the people to go through. And if you find any dirt on any politician or federal employee, you have the permission of the American people to lynch them, put them in wood chippers, or throw them out of helicopters. That is the only way you're going to meet. That's the only way you're going to have a memory imprint so deep and so severe, like 9/11, that it will be felt 1,000 years from now.
Throw them out of
Well, like I
helicopters.
said,
Imagine the super chats that were created.
Pinochet. But
Pinochet style. That's it.
It's the thing is that
They already
honest
did
to
that.
goodness,
They already did
It's-
that. He
it's-
was referring to Bin Laden.
yeah. Oh
But
God,
you
Bin
gotta
Laden.
pull the teeth
know-
first for dental recognition.
Yeah. Does anybody? Okay, I gotta ask you guys. Y'all are a pretty intelligent panel. Who here actually believes that was Bin Laden that got dumped off the boat?
Not
Who
me.
actually
way.
believes
Ha
that?
ha 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 ha. He her ha.
He was worth too much money. He was a multi-billionaire from his construction company that he went and inherited from his father. From
Yep.
his
Bin Laden
Yeah.
supposedly died December 14th, 2001, and was buried in an unmarked grave in Afghanistan. There was even a short obituary in the little newspaper in that area, eulogizing Osama bin Laden from his 14th of December 2001 death. That's from Dr. James H. Fetzer, a couple other people, Steve Dayak.
Yep.
And I
And
mean,
he
I'm not
was-
sure if that's the case, but I
no.
know they weren't chasing him around Tora Bora for the rest of 2001.
Yeah,
right.
imagine trying to get dialysis in a freaking cave.
That's
Oh,
it.
I
The
know.
man
That's,
was
and
known
here's
to
the
have a
thing. This is
terminal
the
kidney condition.
CIA's. Yeah, exactly. Imagine that. And here's what the CIA says. This is their story, and they're sticking to it. On the 10th, the day before 9/11, they had eyes on bin Laden. Where? In Dubai, I'm pretty sure it was. And that's exactly what he was doing, was getting his dialysis on the
Yep.
10th. And
Ketogenic.
how can this, and that's the CIA story, and they're sticking to it. So if the CIA is saying, no, we saw him on the 10th, he was getting his blood cleaned, etc., how in the hell did this dude, dip to what they say, 180, 200 feet below ground, where, oh yeah, they have vents, they have hatches, they have back escape doors, they have his blood cleaning equipment, they have sat phones, yeah, right, and they beat the world's top defense, 4 aircraft unmolested for 2 hours. You guys know the rest of the story.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Steve Pachenik was Assistant Secretary of State. He also wrote or created the psychological screening program for Delta Force. He flat out stated that bin Laden did not die in Tora Bora. He died in Dubai, and that the guy that they got was a body double that they had to get rid of because they couldn't bring that evidence home.
Well, and again, but it brings up, because I mean, how many times have we heard now? Like there was an obituary for Bill Gates, and I think it was like 2013 that was published.
Yeah,
and
right, exactly.
I mean, and nobody ever questioned that, but there was definitely an obituary for him. And I'm like,
Well,
how
let me
many?
put it
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I was going to say, let me put it like this. I don't think that guy, if there ever even was a guy in Abbottabad, Pakistan, that is basically so close, he may as well be living on the campus of what is their version of West Point. I think that's all
Yep.
BS
Yep.
story of the PSYOP. Uh,
Yep.
You know what I mean? I don't
Yep.
think that was a double. I don't think that was anything more than a story for well, one thing, to get Obama reelected. I mean,
Yep.
everybody was cheering on my street where I lived in Trenton, New Jersey. But that, and to put it to bed, you know what I mean? He was getting older and older, and they wanted to end with a win, not just end
But-
with him going like a fart into the wind, and who
But
knows
he kept
where he
getting
went,
younger
if
in
he
the
died,
videos.
if he was martyred or whatever. So yeah, I think that was you know, a big BS lie in terms of Abbottabad and whoever that guy was, the quote unquote tall man, I think they referred to him as. He just went in the backyard for like 6 years and walked around, and I just
You
don't
mean
buy
Barry Ormond?
it.
Barry Ormond, who, you know, and then he kept getting younger in every video that he came out on.
Yeah. Oh, how about this? And he's right-handed. He's supposed to be left-handed. Then he's wearing gold when you're that hardcore of a Shia, I believe he was, wasn't he? Muslim.
Yep.
You don't wear gold. And yeah, but that was the real F up where like, yo, this dude is left-handed and you guys forgot. Yeah, and he got younger. That was a good one as well.
He wore gold because he was a G-Dog. He was an
All right.
OG.
I got to start wrapping it up. We only got 2 minutes left here. So everybody very quickly give information, please, so I can get us off the air on time. We're going to start with Jason. Go for it.
All right, I am at D Live Friday, Saturday, and Sunday mornings, 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. That's Eastern Standard Time. And that's where I'm live. You can also find me at BitChute, Rumble, and YouTube.
Oh, God, I thought you said bitch shoot. Oh, God. Mark Edworthy, go for it.
BITCHUTE.
I'm extremely easy. I'm Stockholm under the username Medworthy.
Dave Campione, give it up.
Yeah, you can find me on David Champ on Facebook, and you can check out my UFO spacecraft identification manual under David Campione on Amazon.com.
Roger Hanson, trippy not perverted. Oh, he's muted.
Muted. Raphael.
Go for
Yeah,
it.
you can find me on Twitter at @ice_1811.
Roger, go for it. I saw you unmuted.
Okay, I'm on Teams as Live with Roger Hanson. I'm also on Discord, where you can find me at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. If not any of those places, check me out on DLive at Roger_Hanson. You can leave a message in the chat for me, and it actually stays there after the stream's done. So if you can't catch me there, you can just leave a comment in the chat section on DLive. That's it.
All right, guys. And as always, you can find me on Facebook as Nancy Planeta or Wiccan Vixen. You can also find me on Telegram as Wiccan Vixen. On X, I am Rider on the Storm. With that, we're out of here. Talk to you next week. Same bat time, same bat channel for the Vixen's Vault.
Great show, folks. Great show. I'm going to wait until this meeting ends, and then I'll switch us over to the after show. So don't go over to the after show until I get over there and call you. All right.
Fair enough.
It may block me from calling you if you go over there ahead
Make
of
sure
time.
you leave this show, right? Make sure you leave this.
No, what I'll do is when I'm done here, I'll end. I figured out I can end the meeting. Okay.
Poor Vicky. Poor Vicky gets left in the old chat every time. Poor Vicky. I miss my Vicky.
I did mention
We miss her too.
I did mention the fact that Mark Watashik is a beautiful man, right?
Oh my God.
You
With his
Yeah.
Gandalf pipe.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if
You're
they,
not scoring points with me to get Cafe Enigma back going again. You know that, Roger.
well, I mean, it's
All right.
just
You know you were my first choice
uh-huh.
to bring. If I was going to bring it back, it'd be you at the helm. But I'm starting to rethink that now.
You don't like all the dirty talk.
I don't swing that way, folks. All right.
Don't like all the dirty talk. I mean,
I'm not into that.
You are a beautiful man, though.
Oh God.
Okay. It would sound better
Roger,
if it came
Roger,
from,
you're digging your grave here. You're digging a grave.
I mean,
oh my God.
I mean, like, how much more beautiful can a man be? It's just a matter of.
Well, I really don't want Mark Edworthy to get jealous. All right. And I know
Okay. I
jealousy-
see why.
So,
I see why you're being that way. Yeah.
Enough of the bromance here. I know you're just trying to throw Mark off, and
I'm
it's just a thing
upset.
because of the. It's just because we are both named Mark that you chose to say something to me. I'm sure of it. All
Mhm.
right. It has nothing to do with.
That reminds me. Sonia wants to know if you're going to show up for her interview on tattooing Friday.
Oh yes, on Friday.
Yeah.
Yes, this Friday. Yes, I will be there.
Oh,
You just have to remind me, and I will
Okay.
be in.
She
All
said
right,
she wants.
and
She
I
said she
think-
wants your support because it was hard understanding how she said it, but she said something like she needs,
Oh my God.
she needs daddy to
Really?
to take
Well,
care.
she's in Kick Chat. And Sonia, you need to fire up your fire up your teams and go green light so that I can talk to you more about this in the after show. That's for damn sure. I better hear from you, all right? Because she goes, got it, all right. Yeah, because we can't have this. Jason, you coming over with us too? I'm gonna bring DK in
Yeah,
probably
I'll come over for
later
the
on
first 10 minutes, 15.
once Nancy gets
I wanted to
tired. And
I
that.
wanted to mirror the show on D Live, and I couldn't get my computer running, unfortunately. But normally I'll be hosting us, so there'll be some more heads, bouncing over here from my mirror.
Don't worry. We
Okay, so let me go ahead and well, it should be popping back up here in a minute. Caught me off guard. I was on Twitch checking out everything, making sure everything was running smoothly. It seems like everything was going pretty good, so here we go.
There's a couple of us in now.
yeah.
yeah.
I think the others have to wait until their connection drops.
Yeah, that's what mine did. Yeah,
It's really weird how it's doing that. Just
it is. It really is.
It gave me some issues earlier tonight. Where'd Jason go?
Oh, here's Sonia.
there's
Hi, Sonia.
Hello,
Hello.
Sonia. Hey, Mark Airworthy.
I
He's
Hi.
back. Hi. Hey.
Let me let me redrop the link to MC so that he can come in on Telegram.
Oh, Sonia, I gave secrets away to
I
censorship.
seen that, and I
subs.
didn't even say that,
Oh,
Roger.
about the daddy thing.
Yeah.
Well, I
What are
knew.
you talking about?
Well, you know what I'm talking. You
Hey,
know.
Jason, there you are.
I don't have to explain.
Hey.
nothing, man. You know.
DK's in
Well-
now.
Welcome, folks. This is the Victor
up,
Bolt
everyone?
After Show.
DK, what's up, Captain?
How you going, brother?
Now, I
Good to see you doing so well. You do better than me.
Sonia,
You've managed to
All
keep your
right, man.
composure, whereas I don't seem to.
What,
Sonia.
Roger?
I told Censorship sucks about the Intergalactic Proctology Alliance. So
Oh my God.
I can't even remember what topic
I
you
don't
were
even know what
talking
you're
about
talking
when
about.
YouTube. I was watching on YouTube because D-Live kept buffering from me as well. Oh, you were mentioning, MC, you were mentioning about how you're having trouble streaming it. I was streaming the chat on D-Live. I couldn't even find the Rumble. YouTube cut out after a bit, and I ended up finding Roger streaming it on Rumble. So I've been playing the
Yeah,
audio
dude, I
from
wanted to
Roger's
stream it
Rumble.
on D Live, and I couldn't.
Yeah, there is something going on with
Yeah, you're
everything.
getting shadow banned lots, brother. Like really badly. Like honestly, I've got Roger's Rumble on. That's the audio that I'm playing, and I've got the D Live on for the chat because no one's really chatting anywhere else that I can chat, sort of thing.
Yeah.
It was the only
Well,
place that
I-
was
Can't
any
get
other than
this
my
up
channel.
For some reason, it's D Live going. I can't get it going.
Yeah, I couldn't get Rumble going.
Well,
And
I'm
then
streaming to
so I
Rumble.
went to
I'm-
YouTube
I'm-
and then that cut out. It's like, holy
I'm
crap.
streaming to Rumble. I'm streaming all over, and the only places I really had a hard time with tonight on my end was YouTube, which doesn't surprise me. And what was the other one? Telegram cut me off too.
I thought you said Facebook as well, I think.
No,
Didn't you say
Facebook. I had it in the beginning. I had a hard time connecting, but once I got connected,
okay.
I was good.
Oh, all right.
Uh,
Okay. Yeah, I
but
just
That's
remember that
pretty
you
normal.
mentioned
That's
Facebook.
pretty normal when you do a restream. If it doesn't reconnect right away, it may take like 5 or 10 seconds, for it to reconnect.
Yeah.
But and while I'm at it, let me. I need to go ahead and cut off Facebook. Thanks, Facebook. We'll catch you next time.
Bye, everyone.
And
You
we'll
didn't
be
get to
up
meet
and
me.
live on Sunday. So check us out if you're still there. And YouTube and Telegram are down already. I'm gonna take Twitch down too. Thanks. And let's see. Yeah, we should be pretty good to go now. All right.
Yeah. You'd probably be all right with Telegram on still. It just depends on how much bandwidth it's taking up.
For some reason, it just decided to dump me towards like the middle of Nancy's show.
Oh,
On
really?
Telegram. Yeah.
But completely or what?
Yeah, completely. Well, not completely. It just cut the stream.
Just cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Telegram.
I think it
one
might
thing
be
to
an
know.
issue on my end.
No, Telegram uses shitloads of bandwidth. A lot, especially if you're streaming on it. That's why I stream, like, Rumble is on one computer and D-Live and Telegram are on the other one. That's it. I try not to overload it because Telegram uses a lot of bandwidth and you have a lot of things running, man.
Roger, Sonia, I know you're still in the Kick Chat. Do me a favor because I'm editing. Keep an eye on it. Do a exclamation point SO and then @ for anybody that comes in and drops emotes or says anything, or let us know if people are talking, because that'll help me out if you can, because you guys are admins over there and you can do that for mods.
Oh, does that notify you or something when they do it?
No. But let's see here. Yeah, while we got this after show going, what did you guys think? I think we had a great show, great stream tonight.
That was awesome. My favorite part of the show was the Eldridge topic. I really like that stuff, man.
Yeah, you should check that out, man. Go to Ross.
Oh no, I have. So I've checked out. No,
Yeah, it's really
have,
cool, isn't it?
Bro, I've checked out lots of it. The only bit that no one mentioned Yeah, the only bit no one mentioned was the fact that Nikola Tesla actually pulled out of the project because he said it would not be safe for any living beings. And I saw photos of the people halfway sticking through parts of the ship and stuff. I actually saw photos of it. So yeah. That was a crazy real thing. Like half their body, like one arm, like this, and it's like from about there, sort of thing, sticking out the side of a wall. Like
yeah, I've seen that too. It was pretty gruesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So that shit did happen.
And I do mean
Yeah,
gruesome. I don't exaggerate that at all.
Bits of them sticking out of other walls, like it was messed up. There was apparently only 2 people survived, and they were brothers.
Yeah,
and were speaking about it.
They actually.
It's a trip. I never heard.
They were actually off the boat, I believe, when it happened.
No, they were the only one. Oh, they might have been found off the boat. But they were definitely on the boat at some point. So whether when it came back, they were just found like in the water or on the grass or something. I think it was something like that. I don't know if they were found on the boat again, or maybe they were found on the boat. But they're like, apparently the only 2 people who are the survivors of it. And one of them's been speaking out about it heaps. Yeah, man. See, MC, you should look into that part. I like it when I actually get something you don't know. Because every time there's a topic that's interesting, it's like you generally know bits I don't. I'm like, damn it. Let's get it back the other way.
Well, kids start school next week. So you, me, and MC and Roger need to get together pretty soon about starting up a couple new shows that we can put in the what do they call it, in the backdrop, in the bullpen. That way, in case someone takes and needs a break in that, we'll be ready to go.
You also might get interest on different radio channels.
Yep,
like different stations, like a different level of content sort of thing. So you might get interest other places. Bring you a whole completely new audience.
Could be.
Because I know that most of yours is like Christian and based nicely, but I'm sure there's a few stations out there that are allow a little more.
Mention the Christian thing too, but they got kind of offensive about it. Like they don't want to.
Oh, it's not offensive. It's defensive because you don't want to offend the people who are paying you.
I'm just saying, no,
it's
like
gotta be careful of that.
Like these guys, you don't want to say that they're more Christian-y because they get offended by that.
That's all right.
Hey,
I freely said I'm not Christian though.
I know. I'm just
see how that goes.
Like I mentioned it to Censorship, and he kind of got all huffy puffy about it, like, oh, I'm not Christian and stuff. And like, dude, like you.
Well, the thing is about John's show, and that is this. He doesn't want to talk religion at all.
Right.
Okay.
I think it's one of the worst topics to talk about on an actual show.
Yeah.
It's like all you end up with is arguments for hours, unless you know that that's what the show's about and everyone's letting each other talk. But it never happens. Every show that I've been on that talks about religion just ends up being people basically bickering and almost yelling at each other half the time.
I told you about my stalker, didn't you? I told you about my stalker, didn't I?
No?
Right there on Rumble.
Turn your volume up, Sonia. Can't hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
Hey, Ann, how you doing?
I was watching
talked to you for a while.
I was watching a video. I was watching a video and I was having a conversation in chat, and it got caught up in a religious conversation, and this dude just went psycho, freaking started talking crap, and then he went on my channel and started trolling me on a video I just recently posted. I'm like, dude, look, whatever. If you keep talking it, I'm gonna have to freaking like ban you and mute you and shit. And I was like, it's up to you what the next move is. And he just didn't say nothing, so I left it be, But he did. He just started. you know, these people are supposed to be religious and they're acting all crazy on the internet and stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, it's because their religion's getting broken at the moment. Because they all think they're Judeo-Christians. They have to protect Israel, and it's all about like God's chosen people. And they're starting to see through the charade and realizing what they've been following isn't quite as accurate as what is happening. Why would you protect the people doing what's wrong? This book that they wrote told me to.
Sonia, I'm
Yeah.
getting some feedback from you. Okay, sounded like
Are
you're
you?
breathing into the microphone. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm like,
okay.
hold on here. Maybe
Heavy breathing
may-
sounded like.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
because
no,
she
no,
hasn't
no.
seen- it's 'cause
Well,
she-
it is
don't
an
stop
exciting
breathing,
conversation.
but,
Yeah, no,
you know.
it's because she hasn't seen me for a while. She has to be breathing.
Right. Heavy breathing. Okay.
Yeah, no more shall be talked about that. Ask no questions, receive no lies.
you're not going to hear about that on
Point.
TED Talk, are we? So,
I'm just enjoying my ice cream.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good on you, Biden. Go, go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Still Brandon. Yeah. There you go.
He always uses ice cream cones. He's got
Yeah.
a sandwich there.
I don't know if I want to know.
I thought for sure
you
we were
don't.
going to hear
You don't
about
wanna know.
aliens and stuff today. Like whenever Nancy first came in, it was all about the alien thing.
Oh, she didn't talk about aliens, just the spacecraft.
Yeah.
And then, but she went further and was saying it's all man-made spacecraft that has been
Yeah.
alluded to
Solar Warden.
over the past decades.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Like honestly, I don't know. What is it called? 31 Atlas or some shit?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Atlas.
They changed the name on it, the number, because last week I said it was 135 or something, and then I'm reading an article this week, and it was totally different. So it's 31 Atlas or something. Is that what it is? 31
Yeah, I think it
Atlas?
is. Yeah, 31 Atlas. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I thought it was Atlas. I
Nothing
thought
to
it
see
was
here,
spelled-
folks.
To be honest, I thought it was Atlas 31, and then today I saw something that said 31 Atlas. So I don't even know. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they do either.
Well, that's what I mean. Is how much of it is AI that's just screwing up over different platforms? AI has a real problem generating letters. If you look at it, whenever you see a meme that's been AI generated, is the spelling ever correct?
I did
But
some.
hold on here. Hold on here.
Mhm.
Hold
So
on
what if
here.
it's that?
Hold
What if
on,
it's just
hold on,
AI
hold
generated
on,
stuff
brain
and the
aid.
spelling
Hold on.
is incorrect every
Hold
time?
on.
Go on, DJ.
Roger has a hack for AI.
Actually, it's not a hack. I did some research because of something censorship said last Sunday, and I could not resist it. I found out that you can have Chat GPT be your dirty girl.
Yeah.
So you can have her
Oh,
say
wow.
dirty,
Oh
dirty.
yeah, Elon Musk was talking about it in some interview about how you can make it like be completely unfiltered. You can make it be abusive. You can make it be a dirty girl. Yeah, all of these. I think he had his set it like a bitch or something like that.
It's
And
crazy.
this thing basically
I've messed with
abused him
AI.
constantly
Oh, I have seen
during the
it before.
interview. It was funny as. Like serious. Like some jailbroken,
It's
bitch
it's
version.
easy. It's easy. It's not even jailbreak. It's through the custom preferences in there. You just go in there and tell her how you want to talk, and
I think Elon had done the jailbreak. I think Elon went further, did the jailbreak bitch version.
Mhm.
And yeah, it was just funny as, man. It was like abusing him like all the time. Like, what are you talking about, bitch? And this is like in a chick's voice and shit. It's like funny as. He was proving it in the interview about how you can jailbreak it and change like the personalities and everything.
Mhm.
So this is the completely unhinged version.
It's really weird. I was curious. I checked it out, and sure enough, it's true. You can actually do that stuff.
I thought that
Everything
was
works
the one you
properly
paid for
with the
that was
proper
unhinged.
Nah.
prompt.
No.
You know that, right?
What'd you
You
say?
can get it all to work right with the proper prompt.
Well, I mean,
Chat GBT Pro. So it's been like, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month or some crap like this.
no, the free settings you go, or the free when you go in there, and then like if you say hello to it, and then go to delete it, you go up to where it says, before you delete it, it says there, visit the settings to delete your memory and stuff. Okay, you just click on the settings, and then you go in there, and it has a customization option, and you can have that Chat GPT doing whatever you want it. You can have it sounding any way you want. Have it flirting with you.
This will be an interesting area as far as regulation and legislation is going to take over the next couple of years.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
have a dirty alien green girl.
I actually just found a video about this today, which was going on about AI, and he was trying to work out if it's beneficial or if it's like detrimental. And the title is a bit clickbaity. It was like a 15-minute video. I watched it. It says $1 to $1 million, but AI will kill someone for it, or something like that. Or but someone died. It's like the title is a bit clickbaity. It says something. It says like it proves that AI would be prepared to kill when it's given a certain task. You know, if its task is to make money and someone tries to shut it down, it shut some scientists in a room, started reducing the oxygen and increasing the temperature, and emergency personnel had to turn up.
I'm writing sci-fi stories now, scary sci-fi stories, and I'm
I
bringing.
know this isn't even sci-fi.
No,
man,
I mean
but holy
I'm
crap.
doing it. It's one of them's gonna be called Building 666 Horror, and it's gonna be about that. And I've got wetware involved in it instead of artificial intelligence, and the building freaks out and starts killing people inside of it.
Yeah, I've read cartoons about it. It was called I think it was called like the 13th Floor or something. I read a cartoon, like a comic book about it when I was, I don't know, early teens, roughly, maybe earlier.
It draws off
It was
of
from a comic book called Doom.
yeah,
It was one of the,
it draws off the old H.P. Lovecraft stories, basically. Is what
This point goes back to what me, Roger, and Mr. Robert was talking about a couple of days ago in relation to probability and logic machines. We were talking specific about large language models, but yeah, as far as logic, it being a logic machine, you give it a command, and it will find the most probable, the best method of actually carrying out the command.
Yeah.
What
well,
happens?
he jailbreaked, or jailbroke, however you use that word, jailbroke one version of ChatGPT, and he made that the one that was in charge. He got that one to then set up a board of other agent AIs that would go and carry out the tasks that he had assigned to the one that he'd jailbroken. So one was for like, what's the word? When they like influencer, that one ended up doing AI. He didn't find that out for like a week. That the only one making him money had turned itself into like some fangirl AI thing. And that was the only one of his AIs that was actually making money after a week. His other ones like made a couple of grand in less than a week. but then lost the whole lot because they'd spent so much on advertising and the payments came out. It was actually really, really amazing to watch, eh?
Yeah.
The AI was even telling him what to do. He said, go stay in a hostel in the middle of the city. This was in London. Because he said, I can't afford to stay in London. He's like, dude, if you want, like this thing, he gave it a black voice for some reason. He's like, if you want to go make some money, you go stay in the middle of London. You go stay in a hostel if you have to. He's like, so I took its advice. I went and stayed in this hostel. I picked which room I should stay in. It was in like a 6-bedroom room or something. And in 2 or 3 days, they'd made like, I think it was up to $2,000 then. And then the AI booked him into a 5-star hotel. Goes, well, if you want to be successful, you have to start looking successful. But then the payments for all the advertising came out and they were left with nothing again, eh? It was mental. But yeah, there was another one. It wasn't his one that said it would kill someone, but he showed a test that they had performed that said AI was prepared to kill.
Again, it's just a logic machine. It's a logic engine. So you
Yeah,
give it a task, and it will find the most probable way of completing that task.
Yeah, I get that, but why wouldn't they include Asimov's prime directives then? Oh, holy crap. Like, serious, if you're not putting that in, you're just asking for a Terminator world. Well, because if its objective overrides protecting human life, then of course they can be used for robot soldiers, be used to completely destroy people, be used just to make money with no empathy, no emotion whatsoever. Of course. Like how can you not realize that would be what would happen? Especially with Trump's big, beautiful bill, giving them 10 years with no restraint, and the companies using it are exempt from liability, just like vaccine companies and the telecommunications companies. This is the third whole sector that is now exempt from liability.
Only in the US, remember.
US run, hey, you do
not
realize the US pretty much runs the world.
Yeah, but
to be honest, we know. Hey, to be honest, we know who actually does, but the US enforces it.
How would they enforce that? Extradition orders? Yeah. How would they enforce it? It might. To
be honest, you're going to find out if there's suddenly an alien invasion or a new pandemic or something. They've already got all their regulations in place. They've already got everything set up. That's how they enforce it. You won't do the next thing they say, we're grabbing you. Like, don't be so naive.
I get it when I was just thinking about the pandemic, the UN WWF pandemic treaty in relation to that, so I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, the WHO treaty that over 126 or 196 countries signed up to, giving them power over every country if they decide there's a pandemic. I get power when I decide, in other words. That's what we just signed over.
Like George W. Bush.
My country signed it as well. Yeah. That's what we all signed over. That's what the WHO World Health Treaty is about, or Pandemic Health Treaty or something. That's what it's about. We signed everything over if they say there's a pandemic. And a pandemic just means, like, I think it's more than one country having the same disease. I'm not shitting you.
A pandemic
really,
is them
really
saying
weak
there's a pandemic.
So
You know,
what's that?
it's like you said, DK. It's like you said, DK. All they have to do is say there's a pandemic, and there's a
Yep.
pandemic. That's when
Yep.
it goes into order, when they say there's a pandemic. Not even when there is a pandemic, but when they say there's one. That's when it goes into order.
Bingo.
So whenever they feel like it.
Yeah, bingo. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what it is. And I think the definition is if it goes to more than one country, or might be more than two countries, they get to call it a pandemic. So if they get some doctor to diagnose the same thing in 3 different countries, they get to declare it a pandemic.
I remember during Cough 19, it must have been 2022, the very beginning of, and Israel was reported in the world news as having, it's going to be like in a week or two, they're going to be the 4th nation or whatever the first nation to do their 4th booster. And I was thinking, how do you know to do that in 2 weeks? Meaning this. They said, you know, if the numbers are such and such in 2 weeks, and they were saying it will be. It's like, well, how do you know they will be? You don't. They didn't have one case at the time of the new variant or whatever, and they said when if the new variant hits, we will have the 4th. You know what I mean, DK? It was so obvious what was happening, and sure enough, it did hit, and sure enough, they did roll out their 4th booster. But it was like, how do you know? How do you know you're going to roll that 4th one out? Maybe everything will be fine. Maybe you won't need it.
Right. Super illogical.
Ah,
Super BS.
my word. I could sit there and give you the whole rundown on everything I found out early on. Because I was awake to the whole co-flu bullshit early on.
I just got
I
over a
managed
cold.
to watch the live interviews with David Icke and what's his name, Brian Rose on London Real TV.
London Real,
'Cause I was,
London Real.
I was,
Both
I
of
was
them.
already
Both of them on
subscribed
my
to them.
computer.
I'd been
just kidding.
watching them for years, and then that came up, and I saw the first one after the fact. I saw the second one live. Started watching the 3rd one live when they got cut off. I'm like, dude, this just got the biggest following on YouTube ever and got shut down. There is definitely something up.
The Queen, she had a problem
Yeah.
with it.
No, I'm serious.
No,
The biggest following on any show ever, like viewers, like watching at the time, biggest ever, and got shut down after I think it was somewhere between 30 and 40 minutes. I think it was like about 36 minutes or some shit. They shut it down. And so I realized there really was something to the story, rather than it just being like, oh yeah, they're just talking shit.
Mhm.
It's like, no, they're getting taken down for saying it. The most viewers on YouTube doesn't get taken down. Like, what the hell? And then afterwards, I came across another thing on YouTube. This is back when I was still using YouTube, you've got to remember. This is back before I started streaming. I didn't start streaming till 21. This is back when I was first, like, I was always looking at stuff on YouTube myself. I started getting involved, I don't know, I think roughly when the George Floyd thing happened was when I actually started getting involved with
always
social
uploading
media.
other people's stuff to YouTube, like a mix of stuff, like kind of like what you play, but I was uploading that stuff to YouTube.
I
when
wasn't even doing
needed
that.
was YouTube.
No, but
Yeah,
I mean,
and
I
then I
wasn't even
started in
doing that. I was
2020
just
streaming.
this is why I'm so unbiased. I didn't even get onto any social media until like the end of May 2020. Everything I did, I was just researching and looking at myself. I didn't even start getting anyone else's opinion, other than the videos I was watching and stuff. But I found a wee trick on YouTube. You know when you get that recommended panel of what to watch next down the side? Scroll all the way to the bottom.
That's why I have problems with everybody
No, you're
else.
serious? Scroll
That
all the way to the bottom.
Don't
and
even-
then start looking up
don't
for something
even-
that interests you.
Don't
Do not
use it.
start at the top for what they recommend. Go look for the stuff they hide.
Go and do
This is how I
go and
play.
do
Honestly, I
actual
found out
go and do
heaps-
actual
I found out heaps
research,
on
dude.
YouTube when I was shadow banned.
Hey, do actual research. Don't even scroll down that shit. That's just garbage. You know what I mean?
Let me
Like,
just tell you a
And
quick
it gives you
story,
something
right?
to start. No, it gives you a place to start from.
yeah.
2016, right? I was just minding my own business, putting up music work to my all music channel at YouTube. And I saw a couple things about 9/11 that interested me. I didn't know who the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth were, etc. By watching that one time, I had them put Dr. Fetzer in my recommendeds. I had them put Ole Damagard in my recommendeds. I had them put Santos Bonacci in my recommendeds.
Yep.
David Icke. I knew who David Icke was, but the rest of them I had no idea who they were. I ended up emailing them and them hitting me back, etc. And of course, once 018 came around, that was the beginning of the end of all that. But I was around just long enough to see the last year and a half of it. And let me tell you, bro, I shit you not. There was nobody that kicked this to me, that taught me this information. It was just me looking in them recommendeds and them consequently sending me other recommendeds from me watching what they sent me last time. It was YouTube and their algorithms that is the number one reason I do what I do today. Thanks, YouTube.
I think I've told everyone how I caught YouTube out. I know I think I did it on my Rumble channel, like on Sunday. I caught YouTube out completely because I was playing music in full screen. So you can't see the recommendeds at the side. You can't see, like, you're not knowing what they're telling you they're playing next. And I was sitting there, and after the first couple of songs, this lasted for 4 hours. This wasn't a couple of songs. This lasted for 4 hours. And I was just sitting there playing YouTube music on my laptop while a few of us were getting on the piss. And it started scaring the shit out of me. So for 4 hours, as long as I never looked at the what's playing next thing, like never looked at the recommended, I could say what song it was playing next. So if this was me, I'd play this song next. That song would play next. And from this, I'd play that next. That song would play next. 4 hours.
How long ago was this?
This was, I don't know, maybe 6-7 years ago.
All right.
It hasn't gotten better at
Real
all.
quick, this is so appropriate for this show. Oh man, I wish I would have thought of this to say on the air. So check this out. About 10 months ago, almost a year ago, I shit you not, I started noticing what we used to see 10 years ago when we would talk around our phones about a skateboard we might buy or a guitar or whatever. And then you look on there,
the one that got put out everywhere was talking about cat food. Mention cat food, and then suddenly it gives you cat food ads.
So check it out. 10 months ago, I'm just thinking of stuff. I mean, random shit, dude. Like cars that I saw when I was 10, asking them to peel out. And I looked on my phone, and the damn car would be there, etc. So I kind of thought nothing of it. Hold on. This gets wilder, and it won't. Don't take that much time. 15 seconds. So about 6 months later, I don't think too much of it. I hear Max Egan say the exact same shit was happening to him. Then Dabu7 says it on his program that he knows certain shit that he damn well knows he did not under any circumstances say in front of a microphone, that he only thought of. Check it out. Here's the last part. PFT, Dan Dix, finally does a 24-minute show on it, and only on that less than 2 weeks ago on Press for Truth. Check it out if you want, man. It's probably about 8 or 9 shows
To be
back.
honest, I've noticed it myself, especially with like emails and pop-up ads. There's certain channels like I get, like Rumble. Rumble always does the opposite. Like, I'll be like playing something that's like, I hate AI shit. And it'll play like, here, use AI to make your website. Like, screw you.
Ab joke.
But, yeah.
Wanna
But
hear my joke?
other things are like, treatments for tinnitus. I mean, I have said
It's
that
just
enough
stuff that
times, but
Max and
just like weird
Justin knew
random
that they
things.
didn't-
It's like, something's hurting. Because I hadn't said anything was hurting. They're like, something's hurting. Maybe try this. I'm like, what? Where'd that come from?
Okay. Okay, so why was 10 scared?
Because 7, 8, 9.
No, because it was in 9/11.
That was bad. That was almost as bad
that
as
was
Mark's
bad.
dad jokes.
Yeah, no, I thought it was because 7, 8, 9. That's why 10 was
Almost.
scared. I was actually thinking of that. I'm not kidding you. I was thinking of that joke about a week ago for no reason whatsoever. And
Yep.
never got to tell it, and never got to tell it to
One of
anyone.
my
So I
favorites.
thought it was just a dumb joke.
Yeah,
Now I had to use it. Yay.
That's like
That's-
My
6
brain
million.
knew it was there for a reason.
that was horrible, dude. Don't do that.
I thought it was cute.
Freaking. I was like, the only thing that is even close to worse than that is Mark's freaking dad jokes. Okay.
I
that's it.
heard that.
Oh, okay. Hey, you got a cigar or you got a pipe, dude?
I
That,
thought you said he was pretty.
well, he is. I didn't say he was pretty. I said he was. I said he was freaking a beautiful man, dude.
Beautiful.
Same thing.
Now,
Trying to say he's
Also, how
pretty.
can someone be even more beautiful than that? Is what you said.
I think
no,
we
that's
should.
not the same thing. That's different.
I think we should start calling him
I
Big
know, but I'm
Daddy.
being a dick on purpose. I mean, holy
Black
crap.
Hawks- Oh, I got
No,
you.
not
Start calling Mark Big Daddy. Say, hey, Big Daddy, how you doing?
Jeez, Roger.
He's trying to ignore me.
Yeah, I'm ignoring you.
Big Daddy Mac.
Oh boy.
Okay,
Big Daddy Mac. What is Mac? I don't know if he's got a Mac or not, but hey.
that Mac will make you jump.
Oh no. Cut it out.
That'll make
I
you
actually
jump.
had that CD when I was a kid.
Jump.
No, tape, sorry, not even
That's
CD.
good production.
I actually had
That's
that
really good.
tape. I can't even remember the name of them. Two stupid
The
kids.
boys.
Cross.
That shit was
Criss
glorious.
Cross.
Crisscross, that's it. They were the kids who wore their pants backwards.
Right.
And even
Yeah,
and even in New Zealand, it didn't take long for everyone to realize, it's so they can get taken from behind. Hey,
They always
one
say
of them
that
got-
too.
one of them committed suicide.
You.
They say
The
that
other
here in
one
the
came
United States.
forward. All right, the other one came forward saying that was what happened.
Well, I'm just
Not
saying.
kidding you.
That,
He
no,
actually came
I didn't
forward. He's
know
a
one committed
whistleblower about the
suicide.
Hollywood
That's
stuff.
dumb.
Go look that up, man. But I'm not kidding you, eh?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, DK.
It was
you're getting a
something,
little
yeah, it was a
loud.
rumor thing that we were just thinking, and then years later it turns out to be true.
That's
Not
rough.
kidding you, hey, that's like
Yeah,
messed
he
up.
killed himself.
Yeah, the apparently what everyone considered the prettier one killed himself, and the taller one, whatever, is the one who ended up speaking out
You're-
years later.
There was a light skinned kid and a dark skinned kid. So the light skinned kid killed himself.
you're talking about the boys.
I'm guessing so, but I'm not sure. It was whichever one was shorter. I remember that. The one people
All right,
thought was
either way,
prettier.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's rough. One of them killed herself.
Yeah, I'm not kidding you, man. See, this is real stuff.
I'm telling you, I learned stuff from you all the
DK,
time.
we got good
You'd be
mics.
surprised.
You don't have to you don't have to shout, buddy.
I don't think he's doing it intentionally, dude. Being honest,
My bad. Is that me there?
No, not you.
No, he's saying me. It's okay.
He's got like this voice that just carries on, dude, like on and on and on.
Yeah. When I get into a topic, I know I get louder.
He gets excited. He's an excited.
Yeah.
He's an excited man.
I am a very emotive person. Yes. If we're talking about something like politics, it's like I can talk in a monotone voice as well.
At least we know you're human.
He's a very beautiful man.
What happened to the DK from last week? That's what I want to know.
DK's a very beautiful man.
What do you mean? What happened from last week?
Wow.
Yeah, you know when you came in with us. Well, no, on Sunday.
On
the
Sunday.
after show. Yeah. I was like, man, that's a whole different DK there.
I wanna smother
Yeah,
DK with my love.
Even
I
John
can be-
was like, oh man, that's a whole different DK there. It was like,
Yeah, I can be evil.
who is this guy?
I wanna sing. I wanna
thought you were
sing.
I thought you were letting me on the show earlier, and you didn't. So I had
wanna
an extra
sing.
couple of drinks and saved it for the after show.
I wanna sing
So
just
it's your
for
fault, really,
DK.
Mark. I wouldn't have had more drinks if you'd let me on. So it's your fault.
What's love got to do? Got to do
No,
with it.
it's not my fault. It wasn't my call.
Yeah. Well, there you go. It's okay.
Not my call.
I was
Not my fault.
actually all good back then, even for the second hour. It was good.
Wow.
Second hour, I was like, I guess I'm not coming on for another hour. All right, I have another couple of drinks, and I'll be a dick on the after show.
He said he
Not
only
winning
had.
points.
He said he only had 3 beers on Censorship Sucks. So that was his good point. But then once he gets to the 5th beer, it's done.
No,
Yeah, he did say that. He did say that.
Yes.
I think I said 8 actually.
No.
No,
he
you
five.
said 5, dude. You said by the 8th
Oh, did
beer,
I?
you're done.
Yeah, believe me,
okay.
you said 5. It's in the recording. All
You
right.
said- you did
Alright.
say 5.
It's a
Hey,
matter
that's
of
fair
public
enough,
record
guys.
now.
Hey,
Documented.
that's
It's
that's
documented.
okay. Like if you know,
It's
then sweet.
you're
I'm not gonna lie about
undocumented.
it either. I'm not gonna
DK,
jump
you
on
are
a
not
show
an
when I've had too much.
undocumented personality.
No, but you know what I mean. I'm not going to jump on like a live radio show when I've had too much, and it's just going to come across as me being stupid anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this. Like most people online know I'm stupid. Radio's different.
Oh, okay. Okay. Like that never happened. All right.
See, I accept this part of it.
Like he's
And
finally.
You don't even want to know what DK
And poor
actually
Mark
stands for.
Edworthy and poor Mark Edworthy and David are so damn quiet right now.
Love Svet, how you going in chat on D Live? Thank you for being here, hun.
Well, Mark Edworthy is a refined British man. He can't be. He can't
Did
be
you
caught
say a
up in that.
refined British woman?
Yes.
He's a
I did.
dude.
I did
No,
say.
he didn't. He said refined British men.
Lovely hair, though.
See,
Dude, even I heard that clearly. What are you on about?
maybe we should call
come on.
Mr. Edworthy Big Daddy. Hey, Big Daddy, how you
Hey,
doing?
Big Daddy.
Nah, you're just gonna call him the Godfather
I
in
didn't
making.
think he likes that.
Godfather in the making. Like
He's-
that.
he's like, no.
Future owner of this
Where's the
shit.
violins at, buddy?
It's like, no, we cannot be called Big Daddy.
Tonight. No, it'll be like this. Tonight, on the after show of Vixen's Vault, a Morton Scorsese Mafia run
Yeah.
show
Hey.
with Mark Edworthy as the Dawn.
Oh, that's perfect.
Oh my God, you're blushing.
And you will not want to miss a minute.
Perfect, hey.
If you
Mark
do,
Edworthy as the dog.
he will come with the
He's
vengeance
thinking
back
about
at
how
you.
he's going to punish you right now.
Punish. We don't want to hear the word punish in
Horse
this
head in
conversation.
the beard.
Poor
If he gets
Mark.
upset at you, he will read the terms of service and make sure that you thoroughly
Mark, no, like, damn it! Everything I do, every gesture.
You've lost that love
Now he's
and
just trying to kill me
feeling.
telepathically.
Oh, that love and
Mark
feeling.
Edward. Yeah,
You've
that's
lost
right.
that
The Vixen's
love
Vault after
and
show Mafia
feeling. Now
style
it's
series
gone.
as the Dawn.
Gone. Gone.
That's
Whoa.
hilarious. Woo!
That's right, you man.
Oh,
Just for you, Mark Edward. Just for you.
And for his side hustle, Sonya
yes.
Galactic,
Hey, you see, Mark?
the princess in the corner, who
Hey,
will come up and cackle just
Hey,
to be
you see,
sitting right
Mark?
next to the Dawn.
As long as I don't swear, I can actually keep things entertaining. I just gotta watch the swearing thing, man.
And we got friendly Jason Quigley, aka MC Dirty Work, over on the side. He's ready. He's
You
got the
see a
guns blazing.
legend.
He will take out all those who are just not ready and come up with some really snappy answers and comebacks for you.
He's very serious.
MC Dirty Work. They don't call him Dirty Work for nothing.
Dirty work. Dirty
This
work.
whole thing's a setup.
Oh, yeah. And our time is running shorter and shorter. And when this is up, I will have to do edits and still work while you guys are thinking about how I am doing the movie man voice, just like this. But that's fine. We will be back again live on Sunday night with the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show and Willie. But I will be back again live Wednesdays to do all three of these shows and an after show, kind of like this.
Not
And
really.
I don't know if I'll do the movie van voice then. I might do something else.
I like it.
you starting to sound like William Shatner.
Do you like that?
Yeah, you starting.
Okay, I
Who
got.
was it
I,
earlier
I,
that had the sound effects and things and said they were going to use that really dumb voice, and you're like, save it for the next time Willie's on? Was that
Hey,
Roger or was it someone else?
I've got a question actually. This is important. Now, every
No,
time.
it's not. You better not bring up about proctology.
No,
with,
this is
Sonya here,
this
all
is
right?
serious. Jason has the name Dirty Work, okay? But I want to
Right,
ask you
he
guys.
wants to
I
know what
want to
kind of
ask.
dirty work.
What do you guys think is the dirtiest work actually out there, dude? Like, what's the
I
dirtiest
tried to
work?
watch a YouTube video about that. Do you know the dirtiest thing I ever found? The grottiest job I ever found
What?
was people who had to dive into sewers in full bodysuits and go clean out blockages and shit in sewers. That was the grottiest. That was the grottiest job I've ever come across. No, online.
And they,
I mean, I don't know if there's
Dad's-
words, but
Dad's
holy-
said it. They were actually looked down upon. You're totally right, DK. No, I'm just saying, you took the words right out my mouth. India is the specific nation I saw it in, and they were like looked down. They made good money, but they were looked down upon even in society. And usually they came from parents, well, not mom, but dad that did it as well. And then dad's dad or whatever, that type of thing. And wow, did it look not just foul, but dangerous. I mean, who knows what's down there in those Indian, the gutter there. Oh my God, who knows what.
Wow. Oh yeah, but I mean, this is
diving
like,
in the Thames
this
River.
is like several
You're here.
meters deep,
Blip, blip, blip.
big concrete
Applause.
pipes
And who
full
knows
of
why?
just feces. They've got a full suit on, and they just go scuba diving in it. You can even see like what
That's
an
it.
inch in
Yup.
front of your face.
Yeah, they go down. You can't even see maybe
Yeah.
3 or 4 ladder things, and then it's just like you said, they're under there. They're
Yeah.
100% submerged.
Yep.
Disgusting. What about you, Sonia?
That's like I watched the whole YouTube video, and that was the worst. Oh, sorry, Sonia.
What'd you say?
Oh, this is fine.
I saw a television program on it, and I think it was PBS, that type of deal. Years ago, 20 years ago or longer.
What'd you say, Sonia?
Jason, are you gonna bring your channel up, or do you have it up?
Probably the worst job.
Yeah.
You've gone quiet again, Sonia.
Yeah.
It's probably the worst job.
There you go. Shit.
Which one?
If you bring your channel up, I'll host over to you when we get done here.
She keeps sitting back.
Yeah, I'm
so
gonna kind of
far.
rotate between you and DK on hosting.
I see what you're asking. No, I'm putting it down once this is down. I got a doctor's appointment in the morning. But yeah, so yeah, you would be able to host me, but no, I'm just hosting us now, and then I'm gonna kill the old stream, as it were.
All right, DK, get something in the lineup.
Yeah, all right.
DK's always got
Bloody
something rolling.
I'll go back to what I was. Yeah, it's okay. I'll go back to what I was going to play earlier today before I realized that you'd already started going live. And I've been streaming you basically, I think, since my 11 o'clock. I think I missed the first hour, and I've been streaming you since then.
That's good. We still got you. Let's see here. Let's see who needs a little helping hand here from us, since I still have quite a few people out there on Kick. I'm got to look through here, see who needs some help.
Wondering what I should go into then. Ah, shit! I didn't even bring up. We don't have much time left. I didn't even bring up what I did on my last show, which you did actually start touching on and things earlier. The biodigital convergence. And I did a show on Sunday about it. I got sent this article that's got links under each talking point thing. I got sent this article by 3 different people on different platforms and got told I had to do a show about it. A
Good
day.
stuff.
Yeah. Oh, dude. In a 2.5 hour show, like Amos 777, Alan. Yeah. He jumped on 2.5 hour show. We covered topic number 1. But I will admit, we did get sidetracked into other things because we're friends and just started talking about everything else as well. But we only covered the first topic on the first section. Only covered topic number 1 on the first section in 2.5 hours. But this is going to be my shows for ages. I should be doing shows daily about this to get the whole thing out there and get it done. But I'm not kidding you, man. This is the new thing. And now I'm getting sent everything about biodigital convergence from other people trying to do videos and things about it. It's all getting sent to my Telegram from other people doing it. So everyone else is doing this. Everyone else is talking about biodigital convergence.
I'm taking it to a whole new level, though.
Outsource the truth, man. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. But if it does, jot it down.
Let me put this to you.
This is exactly what it is, and I hate it all.
DK, think about it like this. What happens if evil entities freaking take charge of these freaking artificial intelligence?
They already are if they're programmed wrong.
You see, no, that's something that H.P. Lovecraft was really big on back before AI or any of this stuff was ever freaking brought around. He'd always talk about dreamscape and about how mechanics and electronics were going to eventually merge with freaking humans, and it's going to be a different dimension. It'd be a different dimension that we can't see that's going to converge with what we consider reality today. You see what I mean?
Yeah, because of the perception that they'll bring if our brains are merged. If we're merged with an AI technology, Like, are we going to lose empathy and gain logic? Isn't that, and I'm not religious, isn't that what that apple you're not supposed to eat
Mm-hmm.
is all about?
What if there's entities around you right now that you're not capable of seeing, but once
Oh
this,
no, dude, no, I see them.
you know, so
They've been coming at me for years because I've been awake for a very long time. I just never did anything publicly. I just researched myself, and I was too busy selling drugs and partying.
well,
I'm not shitting you.
I could have been
No, I'm not
raised all
shitting you.
those
No, that's what I
entities.
mean. I'm not shitting you.
I mean, those
Because I could have
drugs.
started doing this back in my teens and didn't. Because there was no internet for me to do it back then. And I had no money to get anything else started.
Mhm.
So I just didn't. So I fell into other things that made me money and let me keep going. But
Wow.
believe me, I've spent decades researching all this shit. Which is why I'm less biased about things. Which
All
is
right, we got
why-
about 3 minutes, folks, before this takes and crashes. So
Okay.
I'm gonna start hosting this out.
Later, Big Daddy.
All right, folks. It's been great.
So we got Big Daddy and the Don. Shit, we're getting everyone nicknames. We got Big Daddy and the Don.
It's been great. You know, we've had a great stream tonight all over, and appreciate each and every one of you. If you're in the Kick Chat, we will be going to Veterans Radio, and if you are on D Live, we're host over to DK's channel. I'm getting ready to stop stream and post over right now. In fact, I'm hosting right now.
All right, I'm out of here, friends. Everybody have a good night. Mark, it's been real, man.
Yeah,
Right,
appreciate
so
it.
I've got like
Come back
5
Wednesday, buddy.
seconds
Bye.
to find something.
DK,
There we
peace. Is it Sonia? Sonia,
Yep.
take care. Mark,
Bye,
as
Jason.
always. Roger,
Yep.
peace, peace. Have a good one.
David,
Too, man.
Dave.
Later, Dave. Later, guys.
I will catch you guys all on the next one.
Bye,
Appreciate it.
y'all.
Bye bye.
Thank you for hosting there, Mark. Appreciate it.
There you go. Anytime. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being there.
Much love, no fear, everyone.
Okay, so now it's time to get off here. I closed everything down. So I will talk to you guys later.
Yeah, I'll speak to you tomorrow.
All right.
All right.
Good night.
Read on today, Pat. Yeah.
All right. See you later.
Sonia, I'll catch up
All right,
with you in a little
guys.
bit.
Bye.
Okay, so I still have the streaming on Rumble or on YouTube. Before I get off here, I'd like to say thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give some feedback. Also, if you enjoyed this show, go over and check out Dreagus Production. You can find him on them on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, D Live, and on Kick as well. So if you guys enjoyed them, go over there and tell them how much you enjoyed it. like, subscribe, share, and all that good stuff. So that I'm going to end.